Hello everyone. Welcome to SAP S4HANA Central Finance Training by ZaranTech. In today's complex business landscape, organizations need financial systems that provide real-time data and consolidated reporting across multiple ERPs. We'll start by examining what SAP S4HANA is and the key drivers spurring its adoption. Then we will dive into the central finance, explaining what it is, its benefit like a single source of truth reporting and simplified mergers and acquisitions, as well as how it consolidates financial data across systems. We will wrap up with the high-level look at central finance implementation consideration like integration points and project planning. But before we begin, please make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for the regular updates from us. Now let's take a look at the agenda. What is S4HANA? SAP S4HANA Key Drivers, SAP S4HANA Central Finance, SAP S4HANA Central Finance Benefit, Group Reporting, Merger, Acquisition, Consolidation, Comparison with other financial solutions, Project Planning for CFIN, Integration of CFIN with other SAP systems.
Hi everyone, welcome to the training on SAP Central Finance. This is Subham here. I have around 8 years of consulting experience plus training experience. I've taken multiple trainings on SAP S4HANA Finance as well as SAP Central Finance. So basically, like before going to Central Finance, we should understand what is S4HANA first, because Central Finance is basically based on top of S4HANA. So let's get to what is S4HANA first. So as we all know, I think most of you are working on S4HANA. So I will just have a quick introduction of S4HANA and then we will quickly move to the introduction. Today's session will be mostly introductory basis, introductory nature only, to have to know like what is central finance, so that on top of that we will build the configuration and knowledge on how central finance is structured, how central finance helps the business, why central finance is required at the first place, even though there are multiple consolidation solutions already in place in the market by SAP and from other vendors as well. What is S4 HANA first? So like S4 HANA is the fourth generation ERP which has been simplified on. It works on the S4 HANA database. So if it, as the name suggests, like S4 HANA only. So this is the suite for S4 HANA. And again, coming by on the memory side, so basically what has happened was earlier that there were memory requirements will be huge, data storage will take a lot of time, as well as if you see in SAP ECC, if you for the accounting information, all the data will be stored in BSEC table. But even though like when SAP will suggest not to use the BSEC table, rather use the index tables like BSIS, BSIK, etc. The reason was that if you take the data directly from BSEC, the it will take a lot of time to process the data, and as a result, the system will get down to slow. So based on that, SAP introduced this S4HANA database, which has been working on like it will store the data in RAM, and we all know that RAM is very much faster than the fetching data from the read-only memory or the hardware. After it will be like, yes, this user interface was a revolutionary technology. Like earlier, when we are working, then it will have, you need to have the SAP GUI or SAP logon pad installed, then only you can access SAP screens or SAP data. But with SAP Fiori, you can take the data directly from, like, you can log in from your mobile app or browser. You don't need to have the SAP GUI installed, or you don't need to be in front of the system to access the data. And as well as the rules were also quite improved with the SAP Fiori. Again, it simplifies the functionalities. Like if you like go back to S4 HANA and compare it with the ECC, there were a lot of functionalities which were improved, especially the introduction of the universal generals like AC doc A, AC doc P. So it reduce lot of reconciliation effort. When earlier, if you see, like for CO to FI reconciliation, it was taking a lot of time, but now we have all the data reconciled in real time, uh, whenever any entry is posted. And for any CFO, if you ask like what will be the biggest KPI for them, or what is the most that they want from any reporting system, not only S4HANA, they will say, okay, faster closing is my KPI, where like it's fine that users are having access fast, but for any company, the legal reporting and that should be done as soon as possible after the closing. So we have the reconciliation issue resolved. We have all the data at one place, and now you can like use a single table to for all your FI reporting or FI based reports, even for the managerial reporting, which in turn will have a faster closing time. Now coming to like what are the implementation option, like whether it will be for S4 HANA, whether it will be for central finance. So both, since central finance is based on S4 HANA, it will like by default you need to have the S4 HANA license. On top of that, you will implement like take the central finance package from the SAP, and then you would be able to provide the central finance configuration or implement the central finance. So similar to S4 HANA, we can have all the three options for implementation of central finance as well, which is on-premise, so in which you will own the hardwares, everything will be stored, the data will be stored, and the hardware will be stored on the customer premises cloud, where you will be kind of renting the hardware or software from SAP directly, and then you will be implementing the central finance. Hybrid version, where we'll be using like mix of both cloud as well as S4 HANA on-premise version. Like for bigger entities, you can use the on-premise version. For a smaller version which have less customizations or the implementations, we can use cloud version, and then you can combine them both. For the reporting purpose, you will have one single source of truth, so everything will be like kind of on one click for the higher management to make the decision making. Now coming to implementation approach, so what do you think, like in the central finance will have, like whether it should can have greenfield system conversion or landscape transfer? So CFIN project will always be part of your landscape transformation. Even though you implement a new uh, fresh version of central finance, you are not touching the processes which are being used in the existing system designs or existing ERP systems which are already in use. So your existing ERP system, if you are having central finance, a big MNC, it can have multiple systems. It may be ECC, it may not be ECC. And secondly, like with big companies, always there will be mergers and demergers. So there will be new companies with separate set of process might be coming into the group, and some companies for key business and they might be moving out of the group or for selling, or it can be XYZ reasons. Uh, so for that, it is very easy to implement those scenarios, like either moving out of a company code or legal entity, or even including a new legal entity into the system. It will be very easy to get the reporting done without impacting their existing processes into their existing ERP. Whatever they are using, they can continue to use in the exact same way, and only the reporting part will be handled via central finance in a like very non-disruptive way. So any questions still here? Yes. So basically, yeah. So we'll be covering this topic in the upcoming session as well, because when we take the deployment approach. But what happens is, if there is an SAP system, SAP will directly pull the data from the staging tables. Like whenever there will be a trigger based approach, we will say that whenever there will be any accounting document posted or any document is posted, it will automatically log into the staging tables, and from there SLT will pick the data. But whenever there is any non-SAP system is involved, be it like PeopleSoft or other non-SAP, or even from SAP system, if it is business by one or business SAP business one. So in that cases also, like directly based on like some SAP sessions, you need to pull the data into staging table, probably by a technical development. So once any document is posted, it comes into the staging tables in SAP. Like so, directly it will not be triggered based approach, rather a custom logic to pull the data into staging table, and from there SLT will pick the data and it will be coming to central finance via real-time replication. But yes, we can implement in ERP system, be it SAP, non-SAP, or so. Let's say that you are owning a laptop, like just a simple laptop. So when you have the hardware installed on your system, let's say that when we use, like mostly when we use our personal laptop, we have our ROM and RAM inbuilt in our system. So that means we have the hardware with us. So in that case, similarly, like if you have the on-premise version, so as you need to have your own hardwares, like you need to buy the memory separately, you need to have the like RAM separately. So basically there will be one room where you will be keeping the servers and then the data will be stored there. So everything like the data will be in your premise, like the even the hardwares for the memory that will be on your server, and then you can customize, like the solution will be you can customize and the data will be stored on premise. So that is on premise. But what happens is cloud is that uh, let's say that you are using a VMware or virtual desktop. So in that you open a link, and then from that link it opens to a different virtual desktop, and the configuration or the data is somewhere stored separately. When I mean, that means the server is somewhere else and you are using via virtual machine. So similarly for cloud, uh, SAP have their own data warehouses where they have these servers installed. They provide the preset configuration which you can like fill and use as per your business need. And but yeah, the limitation with cloud is that you have very less option to customize. SAP will give various templates, various functionalities under which you have to fit your requirement, and customization options are very limited. So in the cloud version, you are not owning any hardware, you are kind of renting it on a subscription basis, and you are implementing it. Hybrid version is when you are using both. Like S4 implemented is not required, S4 HANA servers are required. So basically you need to have S4, and then on that you need to have the CFIN business function package included, like implemented by the technical team, then you're able to configure. So the database required for central finance is SAP S4HANA. S4HANA implementation is not a prerequisite. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. So why S4HANA is required, and what are the key drivers, like basically why any company should go for S4HANA. So before that, let's go understand a little bit more about CFIN. So in order to understand CFIN, you should know that it's like not just a functional technology, like that you can just once knowing the functional you can implement, just like let's say if you're implementing S4 HANA finance or FSCM for say. So once the technical team has done with the installation, you can go ahead do with like access the functional transactions and implement it primarily, like mostly on your own, if you have the prerequisite knowledge. But with central finance, like as its name itself suggests, that it is integrating multiple systems across the ERP nature. So it will have various other technical skills that will be required. Let's say from FSCM, you have FSCM knowledge you can implement, but for central finance you will have SLT requirement, technical notes should be implemented in source system as well as in CFIN system, and then some additional customization if MDG is you are using, then for MDG you will have MDG skill set is required. So that will be covering their roles in the subsequent session as well. But what we need to understand is, like, since there are a lot of technical skill set also required apart from S4HANA, so primarily what we'll be covering is, as a finance consultant, what will be our role into central finance project, like when we are working on the central finance project, be it implementation or be it from the run perspective or support perspective. So okay, so let's go back to why central finance is required. So I think two people who are working on central finance. So can you give an idea why business wanted to implement central finance for your systems? What was the use case for central finance? Most of the clients are using BW for their consolidating the data, but BW we have the challenge with the extractions and transformations that the data will be transferred maximum once in a day, or for some clients they use once in a week also. So the data is not in the real time when you extract by any where the batch warehouse or wherever you are using the data. That is one of the challenges, that the data is not in the real time. Second is mapping and harmonization. So what do you mean by mapping and harmonization? So let's say that there is one company XYZ, and they have been operating in more than 50 countries. All the 50 countries will have different legal rules which they are following for their legal reporting. All the 50 company codes will have a different set of GL account, chart of accounts, and let's say even for same purpose, like let's say if they are reporting the assets in the one system, there can be different numbering for GL account. On other system there can be different numbering for GL account. So when you are extracting, let's say to the BW, then it will have the same data. It will not be harmonized to a single GL account, because ideally assets from both the company codes or across the company codes, those should go into a one set. So even though you have the data in the BW at a delayed time, then also you're not able to use it right away. You need to do so many manual calculations to have the data right in a specific format or in a specific set, which you can use for group reporting. So which will lead to your reconciliation issues, because 50 is different set of data. You do manual work, and more the manual work you do, higher the chances of manual mistakes, and subsequently delay in reporting or delay in the decision making if it is for managerial reporting. Then again, it's very difficult to validate the data if you are having, let's say, 50 different set of data. And again, there can be many company codes which you are, as you said, like for if it is non-SAP systems are also involved, then it becomes more complex. You need to, and the data will be in one warehouse for the one systems like SAP systems. It can be connected to different BW systems, or it can be some data can be into other systems as well. And to integrate again, you will need some other technologies which will extract, which will calculate the data on the go, which will again lead to further delays. Then coming to business issues, which is arising out of the complexities that we discuss. So one will be limited transparency. You cannot trace back to the issue if you face any inconsistency or the issue. Let's say that if you face a difference of some amount, it will be very hard for you to find where is the exact error, whether the system calculated in after the BW or BI data has gone wrong, or the data in the source system which came, that itself was incorrect. So that will be very much difficult to trace back, which will result in the productivity issues, because during reporting time already you are working on the business is working on the tighter deadlines, and such delays which can be caused by these differences will lead to the reporting delays, as well as the employees will be frustrated that the system is having so many errors. Okay, coming to any questions on this? Again, coming to what will be the business benefits if you adopt, or if business adopts to central finance. So one is that you will be centralizing processes across systems. So if you need to have any process improvement, if you want to have the central payment activated, let's say, then currently the business is operating into chunks. So if they have multiple system involved, they will have different shared service centers or different vendors who will be performing those shared service. Let's say for payments, usually companies will outsource to a different company, and they will be operating for few company codes, and there will be multiple partners involved who will be following this processes separately for each country or each ERP systems. But when you implement S4 HANA central finance, so you can, like, everything you can maintain in one system, and then only maintenance of that system will be required. Like in the central finance, you will be following those processes, and it will be traced back to and fro from source system to central finance system. So in this case, you will be having like the business will save costs by centralizing the process, as well as it will simplify the process, which is a big benefit for any business, to have the simplified business processes. All the data is at one place, all the data is on the real time. These are few big benefits for the business with central finance systems. And again, as I said, like, central processes will be on one at one vendor or at one place, centralized, so it will ensure that everything is on the top of the higher management, especially for those who are involved with the group reporting or group level decision making. For them, it is nothing but a blessing. Any questions till now? Again, this part we have already covered in the earlier slides. So this is a data flow, means flow for the when we are using any data warehouse systems, let's say BWC. So you will have all the systems connected to the warehouse systems, and then you will have the data flowing from this via RFC or via APIs, wherever the data is connected. And then you will have either weekly or daily batch job schedules, which will move the data from one system to another, like, and then it will be like, yeah, you need to reconcile before reporting at the group level, which will be having a manual work, and it's difficult to drill down to the original source in case of any inconsistencies, or even if there is no inconsistency, you want to check whether how the data came from. So with the drill down facility is not available if you're using these systems, any warehouse systems. This will be a typical structure when you're using central finance system, or when you want to implement a central finance system. So this will be your primary structure. Like, you will have these systems multiple, whether it will be like, it should be SAP R3 4.6 and above. If your SAP which the source systems are on is having less than this version, then you need to contact SAP will implement some further notes, and then you will be able to implement central finance on those source systems. Directly you will not be able to implement. Then your ERP systems, which are primarily SAP source system, or in non-SAP ERPs, it will come all the ERP systems, all the non-SAP ERPs, as well as if you're using SAP Business One also. Then also it's treated like, for central finance perspective, all the processes for that is treated similar to if you're using a non-SAP system. So SAP Business One is mostly used by small businesses for which are using the SAP ERP. So the structure will be these systems connected to an SLT system. SLT is nothing but it will be the staging table. Like, it SLT has many other business cases as well, but mostly it is recommended by SAP to use SLT for the intermediate data transfer. And then SLT system will be connected to S4HANA Central Finance System, which will transfer the data in real time. So what you will get uh, after implementing Central Finance is that instant insight. Like, whatever the data is posted, almost immediately it will be available. We'll discuss again about the delays which can happen, or the errors which can happen due to inconsistent configuration, inconsistent master data, or missing master data, or multiple reasons. So that we'll be covering in future lectures, how to handle that. You will have all the data at one single source of truth, which is AC Doka. It will be on real-time basis, unlike the other data warehouse system which we are using for consolidating. And the one again, additional benefit which we get by implementing central finance is that we can build our processes on top of the data which has come. So it's not only that the data which has come to central finance, it will have the data replicated, and then you just need to report. So it's not like that. After having the data, you can build additional processes, you can plan the data, you can have the group reporting, you can even have the cash balances analyzed, or you can have the central payment dunning, etc., from the data which is there in the uh, central finance system. So which is one major difference compared to any other consolidation tool in the market today. Again, user experience with Fury, it will be, since most of you are working on S4 or finance, you already know about the Fury. Again, since the reconciliation issues are reduced by quite a lot, like almost nil reconciliation issues you have, you can, your closing time will be reduced for the group. Yeah, you can drill down the data. Let's say that you have a document which is posted from source system to central finance system. So from that you can get to know what was the document which came from your source system or sender system, and then if there is any mismatch in the balances, it will be very easy to get the root cause of why the difference came. Or you can even drill down from multiple reports to the sender documents, and also you can build the analysis for office reports based on the data, and then you will have a very much granular report which you can like almost see till the sender GL account, to what it was posted in source account, to what it was posted in central finance, and whether there is any mapping issue, harmonization issue. Till that you can get the data. Any questions on this central finance structure? So that it will be connected to your source system will be connected to SLT, and SLT will
Yeah.
be connected to the central
Right.
finance system. So the data flow will be like that. So from source system to SLT, and SLT to central finance. So in that also we have two part when we we'll discuss when the replication start. One is that initial load. So before you start, you need to transfer the balances or open items.
Yeah.
And then from once you complete the implementation, then the real-time replication will start. So those have little bit different strategy of how the data is fetched from SLT or via RFC. So that we'll discuss in detail in the upcoming chapter. Once you get the system access, I agree that once you have practiced directly on the system, you will have the complete idea. So once you have the system access, I will go through the system landscape directly in the system as well. But here, like right now, you are using ACC system or any S4HANA system. So on that, there will not be any changes. That will be posting as usual, and the same data, it will come to central finance system with new mapping. So again, yeah, probably on third lecture, we will cover how the mappings are. MDG is recommended by SAP, but not mandatory to use as MDG. You can implement without MDG as well. But MDG is recommended solution by SAP. But yes, once you are using IDOC, like currently if you're using any IDOC, so directly you cannot have the, you need to customize the IDOC segments before using it, because there will be a new segment. Because once, let's say that you are using GL account 1 in your source system, and with the similar properties, there can be, let's say, GL account 5 with similar property in another system. And with central finance, you want to consolidate. So you will ideally, business will need that GL1 from your system and GL5 from different system. So to come back to a single GL in central finance. So you will need that mapping. So if you are using IDOC, you need to customize such that both GL1 and GL5, they come to a one single GL, let's say GLX in the central finance system. So those customization will be required, but yes, that is feasible. Coming to this slide. So this first two parts we have already covered. What are the benefits of the central finance system? And yes, like companies agree that they have these benefits, but main challenge comes in the implementation, like where most of the companies, big companies, they have a very complex ERP structure, and it's very difficult for them to migrate or upgrade to a single system, because uh, the each system will have their own challenges in coming to a standard set of process if they want to transform their systems separately, that they don't want, if they don't want to change the processes in source, but they want to have the benefits which S4HANA is offering. So this is probably the only way which they can have it, by implementing the central finance system. And second is that if they want to migrate to any S4, like if they are an ECC, if they want to migrate to the data, migrate to S4 HANA system, like separately via greenfield or from by brownfield approach. So that becomes a very big project for them, the migration will be successful or not, because those have a lot of challenges, especially on the logistic parts. Each plant will have their own set of challenges in migrating the data. And only for like mostly CFOs or in, they will be worried about the group reporting at the group level on the central finance. So they want to have the consolidated financial data, but you don't want to migrate to S4 HANA separately, or you want to migrate to S4, take the benefits of S4 HANA faster, then central finance is a relatively easier and non-disruptive way to implement the S4, like take the benefits of S4 without changing the processes or without hampering the existing system landscape. Again, this will cover more like when we check in the systems directly how we are migrating the data and all, and then you will get to know the benefits. So once the system accesses are ready, we'll go back to this again. So now coming, what are the options available for any customer if they want to transform the processes? So, and then what is the best options for them, or relatively easier risk? So one is that upgrade and migrate, like if they are using, let's say, multiple SAP systems as well, so they can migrate to one S4 HANA system. They don't like XYZ, like there are multiple SAP systems, they can migrate to one single S4 HANA system. Again, this will be a time taking process for them, because S4 HANA project in itself takes longer time. Then you need to have the all the workshops starting from scratch for all the modules, all the processes. So this will be a multi-year long project for them, and as a result, businesses usually they will be hesitant to upgrade to S4 HANA if they don't get the benefits, or if, or even if they decide to upgrade, it will be a benefit that they will get in long term rather than immediate, once the S4 is implemented, rather than the immediate. Again, upgrade, migrate, and consolidate, this will again have two regions, two business regions when they have this setup. One is that some of their ECC systems are on lower versions which does not support migration to S4 HANA directly. In that case, they want to, they will have to, not want to, they don't have choice, they will have to upgrade to a higher ECC versions, and then they can migrate to S4 HANA. Other cases is that one of the clients which I worked, they had multiple SAP systems for one country itself. And before migrating to S4 HANA, what we did was we upgraded like their migrated systems, like multiple clients into one client first, and then migration to S4 HANA was done. Then again, the third way, which will be primary focus of our discussion across this session, will be the central finance approach. So in this, we will not be having doing anything on the source system from the process perspective. There will be some technical development which will be required, but we will not be having any processes change or any major process change across the source system. And then we will have the data replicated to S4 HANA central finance replication. So yeah, one thing which I haven't covered, it seems that everywhere we have mentioned SAP ERP as only, but is it possible to, or if the business wants, can they do SAP ERP or S4 HANA to S4 HANA central finance? So yes, that is also possible. Let's say that we have multiple SAP ERPs, and some entities have already migrated to S4 HANA on a separate systems. So they can migrate from SAP S4 HANA, SAP ERPs, and SAP Business One, SAP other like non-SAP ERP systems also, they can migrate to one separate S4HANA Central Finance instance as well. So it's not only that SAP ERP or non-SAP ERPs can be migrated to Central Finance. Even if the business is already using SAP S4 also on for some of their entities, they can also migrate to a separate Central Finance for the group reporting perspective. Coming to the Central Finance, how it is usually discussed. One is the deployment options, which we have already discussed in the earlier slides. That Central Finance, in general, when people say Central Finance, they will mean that okay, they want to have the Central Finance for the consolidation purpose, or they want to deploy Central Finance. One is it is used in data purpose, and second is that in the first slide, as I said, it's about the landscape transformation. Like whenever you are implementing Central Finance, you are not using greenfield approach, or you are not using upgrade options or brownfield approach. Rather, you are doing a landscape transformation project where you are consolidating the existing systems into a separate landscape for like to report at the group level, or to consolidate the financial data from across ERPs, be it SAP, non-SAP. And then on top of that, you can perform, especially like the group reporting and BPCs are getting popular on Central Finance. Okay, this part we have already covered, so maybe if you have any doubt, you can ask, or the slides will be provided so you can access. If you have any questions, you can use the LMS portal for asking, even if you get any questions at later point after the session. Okay, these are the same benefits. Like SAP Central Finance, ideally it uses the same all the functionalities which are provided by SAP S4HANA. So in a faster way, like you reduce the time required to implement, and then you get the benefit like almost quite faster than what you will get with the S4HANA implementation. You will have all the central processes executed from one single system, which will save a lot of time, which will like consolidate your shared services across systems, like shared services from multiple different vendors, multiple different geographies to one system, which will reduce issues, which will, like I have seen one of my previous client, they have like had multiple issues with the vendor relation or stakeholder management. So with Central Finance, all those when they executed the central payments, those issues were also like reduced, because for one, if they have same vendor which you are dealing with multiple entities, then you can pay them in a single time rather than paying part payments from multiple different shared service centers or multiple different processes. So these processes not only help in getting your shared services uh, straight, rather it also helps in your stakeholder management and happy vendors and customers. Also, like one additional benefit from Central Finance is that you have, once you have all your data migrated at one single place, financial data, and then at later point if you want to migrate to S4 HANA, like the full-fledged S4 HANA, it provides a non-disruptive way, like all your financial data source system processes are already being reported, and then you can connect to S4 HANA separately once the implementation is done, and then that new instance of S4 HANA you can connect to the CFIN system. So your S4 HANA migration post that will go flawless. So Central Finance is considered as one of the most non-disruptive way to pave the path for Central Finance S4 HANA implementation. Okay, coming to further benefits of Central Finance, why any business, like this will mostly help you if you are preparing the POC for, or if you want to pitch for any Central Finance project, or for how to convince to businesses like why they should use Central Finance, or you want to understand what led to a business to decide whether they want to move ahead with the Central Finance. So group reporting we have already covered, and one is that this can be almost kind of any business model, any system, it can be used for implementing in a very faster way. So let's say that if there is an merger and one new company code has been acquired by the group. So for that also you don't need to have the like complete S4 or the upgrade project to have the transform the data into your or the systems into your existing ERP systems. What you need to do is if they are using a SAP system, you can directly connect via SLT and real-time replication will be started. If they are using non-SAP system, you can use Synity or to have the data in the staging tables, and then from that you can uh, get the data, financial data for reporting in central finance system. Again, once you have the replicated, you will have the real-time data, and on top of that you can perform planning as well as group reporting. Again, most of you would be aware about analysis for office, which is very user friendly, and in kinds of you get the data in the Excel format. So business user especially who are not much aware of the uh, from the technology perspective, they have been habituated with the Microsoft Excel because all the data is kind of on their fingertips. So you can get the data using AFO, analysis for office, directly from AC Docker and based on the custom reports to in Excel format, and based on that users can modify the parameters in real time. So it's kind of on the fly customizing by business users, not the consultant, and means consultants also can do, but business users also can modify the reports as per the requirement using AFO, and it will be like a blessing for them to prepare the reports and analyze and read. Even they can do the drill down to source documents using AFO reports, and it will be pretty much they will be self-sufficient for any preparing any reports and all. There will be multiple central processes which can execute like dunning, central payments, etc., which you can do directly. Central payment is nothing but currently each system will be doing their payments separately. With central payment, you can consolidate all the vendor payments and you can do it in one go directly from central finance systems for the data which is already replicated into central finance system. These parts we have already covered. So these are some statistics how central finance helped businesses across, and then you can see that businesses earlier who were having challenges in complying with the regulatory requirement, they did so with ease after central finance inclusion. And for cross entity financial statement, there was a huge improvement for them. And as I said, like the central finance implementation is quite faster than the traditional ERP implementation or S4HANA implementation. And you can even start the replication quite faster. Like I will not give any specific time because it will depend upon project to project, complexity to complexity, and how much they can fit it into the standard approach of central finance. And then, but yes, you can have at least 3 times faster than the central finance normal S4HANA finance implementation. So I think yes, as someone asked, like how will we have the central finance helping on the group reporting, like if they have GL1, GL2 into like they will have a separate chart of account into each system, and since we'll be consolidating all the chart of accounts from multiple ERP systems or even non-ERP system into one chart of account into central finance system, so it will be having group reporting, it will help. So if I need to explain, let's say it is ERP1, all this they want to migrate to a single GL. So in central finance, they want that this data should be coming to a single system. So like this is their individual chart of accounts which they're using multi different naming convention, and in central finance it will have like one chart of account. So what will happen is, let's say that I will say local chart of account central finance, your chart of account will be in central finance. You have, let's say you are using a group chart of account. So what will you do is that you will map LCOA L1, and then you will have a company code as well. So let's say that in your source chart of account, your company code 1 they are using, and in central finance you will map it similar to chart of account which will be your group chart of account. Then what will be your GL account in central finance, and the company code which you have used in central finance. So it can be CFIN 1. So similar to that, you will have mapping for all the objects which you are using in central finance systems. So mapping part will cover how the mapping will be done, but this will be a sample mapping. If you are having chart of account, payment terms, like there will be a lot of mappings, even for any, in fact, any value field, which any field which you have in the source ERP, you can map to central finance, whether if you want to have the same values in central finance, if you want to have different values, so you can map it. You will have the choice to configure how you want the mapping to be done. Okay, as we said, we can have in a similar way, we can, if there is any new company code added, we will map their system's company code and other things to central finance system, and then we can use it. Okay, I think most of these parts we've already covered. If you have any doubt, you can in the LMSs. Okay, so let's say that if you have implemented the central finance system, so with the central payment, so there will be, again, this will be covering when we cover the central payment lecture, but to give you an idea, let's say that if you have implemented the central payment, so as soon as you post the open items, it will be marked as technically cleared in the source system. So in that, your payment status will not go back to source once it is paid. It will be marked once the open item is posted, it will be marked as technically cleared, and all the payment related, like open item or how much payable is pending, that you have to check from the central finance system itself.
Hey guys, just a quick info. ZaranTech offers training for SAP S4HANA Central Finance. This course instructs professionals on how to optimize financial processes, streamline accounting and reporting, improve data quality, and support budgeting and forecasting. Thousands have already used this program to advance their SAP careers. Like those who have shared their success stories on ZaranTech's YouTube channel, their testimonials demonstrate how this course can boost SAP skills. In just a few weeks, you can gain the knowledge needed to leverage SAP S4HANA Central Finance. This can open doors to new jobs opportunity or help you excel in your current role. The ZaranTech SAP Central Finance training distills a complex topic into a clear insights and actionable skills. Visit the link below to learn more about ZaranTech's SAP S4HANA Central Finance course. Getting started now.
Let's say that you have multiple systems involved here, ECC 1, 2, 3 systems, let's say, or it can be, let's say, SAP Business One, or your database can be as long, it can be Excel as well. So no need to have any ERP. You can directly use Excel as a database also, and you want to migrate your data to CFIN. So for brownfield implementation or greenfield implementation, you will go from ECC. You will transfer this system itself to a S4HANA or any other ERP. In this case, you are using the business process as it is. You are not changing anything, whatever you are doing on the existing ERPs. Rather, your agenda is to first transfer only the financial data for reporting purposes, or even to follow up the add-on processes onto central finance system. And then on top of that, at later point of time, you may choose to convert to S4HANA separately. This will be kind of, you're not doing any greenfield implementation on your existing ERPs, or you're not transferring your business processes. Rather, what you are doing is you are just using the existing processes and the existing system setup to transform your landscape structure reporting to a new reporting structure or a new consolidation tool. And then on top of that, you can choose to, like down the time, for the longer term, you can choose to migrate to S4 HANA without disrupting even this reporting structure. Let's say that currently you have connected ECC to central finance system, and then one of the ERP or one of the countries, they choose to migrate to S4 HANA, either using a greenfield approach freshly to S4 HANA, or a system upgrade to S4 HANA. Then what you will do is your system connections to central finance will remain exactly as it is from other system for only this system which has been updated to S4HANA or any other ERP for that matter, it can be connected seamlessly to the central finance system without hampering the reporting structure, and just with a click of button, your data will start replicating to this new structure in the central finance system. Or even you can implementing to a separate S4HANA system, you can choose to implement this ECC or upgrade this ECC to in the central finance system, because since central finance will be based on your S4HANA box, so you will have S4HANA. In that, you will implement the CFIN business function. So this will be just required for your central finance. So on top of that, if you purchase the S4HANA license like logistic license and others, so full-fledged, you can migrate this ECC to this, and then you will disconnect the CFIN connection for the real-time replication, and the data will be readily available in the central finance for the migration. So when you migrate from ECC to S4HANA, either in the separate instance of S4HANA or in the same instance as central finance, so that will be your greenfield or brownfield project. But this ECC to central finance will be your landscape transformation project. Okay, so our question was like whether it will be a project for a greenfield implementation, brownfield implementation, or what will be the nature of project if you are going for a central finance project. So we explained that if it will be like this will not be any directly any greenfield or brownfield implementation, even though it will be a fresh. So this will not be a fresh implementation. It will be a fresh implementation, but not a greenfield or brownfield, but it will be a landscape transformation project. Again, CFIN is one of the use cases of landscape transformation. Like landscape transformation does not equal to CFIN. Rather, CFIN is one of the use cases where when the business chooses to go for the landscape transformation. So what they're doing is, so ECC to S4 HANA they can migrate. So this will be their greenfield or brownfield, and then that connection they can choose to go with the CFIN whenever they are done, or when they can directly choose any of the existing ERPs which they are currently working on, and they can implement central finance with the real-time replication, and their data will be readily available. So this will be landscape transformation project, and when they choose to go from ECC to S4 HANA, either on separate instance or on the instance same as central finance, so that will be their uh, greenfield or brownfield project as per the strategy, IT strategy for them. Is my screen visible now? So today we'll be focusing with the benefits of central finance, how central finance will again benefit the business, as well as alternatives, like what are the alternatives available in market currently for central finance, and how it is how it compares with the uh, other existing solutions. So today we'll be discussing in little bit in detail about how each of the benefits that we discussed in summary will be helping the business. So one is that legal entities does business in different sectors, like when you go for any business, if you're going for central finance, so it will have a different ERP. So mainly if you like check the market for central finance, you see that most of the companies which are using central finance or going for central finance are primarily based in the US regions. I'm not saying everything is based in the every company which chooses to go for central finance is based on US regions, but US is kind of a major market for central finance. It's primarily because that in US, if you see, most of the companies are headquartered in US, and they have separate ERPs operating in different region, and for the reporting purposes or from the managerial decision making, they need all their data on their fingertips at during the month when they want to make any meet and decision, or during the closing time when they want to report as soon as possible before the deadline. So, and each entity will have their diverse set of processes and limitation to adapt to a standard process. So, which is a major challenge if you're going for S4HANA transformation as well, like full-fledged transformation into consolidating into one system. So for that, when you are going for central finance, you will not disrupt the way they are doing the business. Rather, you will migrate the data into one single structure with some modification tweaks as per their like local business requirement. You can do the separate ledger for local reporting, but majorly you will be able to simplify their processes or the data into a one common structure across regions or across ERPs, or even the manual uploads of the files. One is next we'll talk about intercompany reconciliation. Again, intercompany reconciliation is one of the key challenges when we go look for any project or any big companies. Intercompany reconciliation and like the manual work is quite a lot in the intercompany reconciliation or ICMR processes. So for this, central finance have a separate, like you can use the ICMR solution on top of the central finance data to reconcile the data at intercompany level, and again this will reduce a lot of manual work for them as well as the time taken during the process. Again, will be discussed in details about the other benefits. So again, coming to fast closing, financial closing cockpit, which is already implemented in the, you can use with the central finance as well. It is part of the S4HANA suite. So with that, once all the data is replicated to central finance, you can use the financial closing cockpit to organize the closing tasks, and then based on that, you can perform the closing. And one more thing here is, like, let's say that with 2021 version, the one upgrade came. Let's say that you have posted 1 lakh document, and not all the documents are replicated into central finance in the real time. There are some errors due to which, like, let's say 1% or let's say 50 documents are not posted. So you can make a temporary posting as well. So that configuration we will discuss in detail once we go have the system ready. So you can post those temporary posting to account for those balances, have an effective like to mismatch without any manual effort. Otherwise, earlier what used to happen before 2021 version is that you need to manually repost a manual entry to account for the differences for the documents which has not been replicated or which has not come through in the central finance as well. Then cash flow management. When we have multiple Fiori apps which read your open accounts from bank related accounts, or if you have the open AP or open items, like if you have choose to activate central payment, you can use this cash flow management for your liquidity forecast and all also, because if you have even not implemented the central payment, so then your clearing status will be replicated based on when you are posting the document. So for which SAP has given a functionality for clearing management, clearing transfer activation. So if you choose to activate the clearing transfer, or if your company chooses to activate the clearing transfer functionality, so what will happen is, like, let's say when you post an open item, so that open item will be posted in your central finance, but when the clearing happens, so it will be posted as a separate document on the clearing, as well as it will update the clearing information on the original posting as well. So that means it will replicate the complete, it will mirror the source system. But if you don't transfer the clearing transfer, then it will not transfer the clearing information into the original open item, and then you cannot use the cash flow management for liquidity forecast and all, because if the clearing information is not updated, you cannot use those apps. So it completely depends on business what all functionalities they want to use on top of the replication or the consolidation, which is basic nature of the central finance. That is the bare minimum that you will receive. After that, you can on top of that, you can build additional functionalities as well. Again, system standardization, we have already discussed earlier that when you are using the central finance, you can choose to drill down back. Let's say that if you have posted one document in source system, that will get replicated to central finance system, and then if you open, let's say there will be thousands of document on the central finance system. Once you open that, okay, there are some mismatches, or you want to check which document from your original ECC system was posted for that particular central finance document. So it's a single click that once you click on the sender document number, you will have the details in the header. So if you open the document on the header tab, you will be able to see what will be the sender document number, sender company code, sender fiscal year, and logical system as well, because logical system is nothing but your original source system from which the document is posted. And there is one SAP note, if you implement that, if you double click on it, you can directly go back to source system, and it will redirect via RFC to the source system, and you can open the document it will show the document in the source system as well. Again, this solution you will not find in any other consolidation tool. Plus additionally, this you can use only if you have like you're using ECC system as your source system. It will not be used, it will not be available for SAP Business One or any other non-SAP systems such as Oracle or Workday. So profitability analysis, again, this is one of the key features or key benefits when we implement central finance. And so there will be multiple ERP system or non-ERP systems which will be having their own custom set of profitability. Some will be using either costing based, some will be using accounting based, and they will not be updated with the new features which are available in the central finance or the latest version of S4HANA Finance. With central finance, you can activate COPA, which SAP recommends account based COPA only currently. So you can activate the margin accounting or uh, account based COPA, and then on top of that you will have the latest profitability reports available also on your fingertips. Once the data is replicated, again this will be a completely new implementation for profitability analysis in the uh, central finance. It will be based, you can do use the value fields or the existing designs from your source system to map in the central finance system, but you need to implement it freshly to achieve the full potential of like how the COPA works. So basically this COPA configuration will more or less remain same as the new COPA settings. It can fetch the data based on the existing data sets from the source postings. Again, this will also discuss more when we go on the config and reporting lectures. This reconciliation effort is like reduced almost to zero when you are on central finance and versus CSA. So for each of the modules, like either for when you are so let me first go back to what all you can replicate using central finance. So central finance, you can replicate either accounting documents, your CO documents, and cost objects. So these three will be replicated as part of your central finance structure via AIF and SLT. Other master data objects, those will be replicated. Let's say customer, vendor, GL, those will be replicated either via IDOC or via MDG, whichever solution the company or the client chooses to implement for their master data solution. But these three, it will always be based on yours. It will be coming from central finance. You can use even additional objects to copy the data via SLT. It can be like, let's say that if you want your sales order, you can implement choose to replicate VBRK or sales related table as well. But these three are part of your central finance solution, which will be by default available for reporting. And on top of that, you will have multiple reports for reconciliation. So one will be your document comparison report, so which you can use to compare the how many documents have been posted in source system, how many documents have come through in the central finance system, and how many are in pending error, and how many did not even trigger the replication. So there can be some cases where based on some filters you have choose to not replicate some documents or not replicate some of the company codes, not replicate. You can give any filter based on the requirement, what you choose, what you want to replicate, what you don't want to replicate. So that filter you will be setting in the SLT, not you as a SAP SLT consultant, you will give the filter and they will set the filters in SLT, what all data should be triggered uh, for replication. So once the replication is there, you can directly compare those reports. It can, like the standard which SAP provide is document comparison, number comparison report, balance comparison report, and the line item like which have been posted or not. And then you can, like on top of that, you can build your own customization also if there is any additional parameters on which you want to report. In budgeting and planning, on top of like S4 data, central finance data, you can choose to implement SAP BPC, and you will be able to take all the benefits at consolidated level for centralized planning. So again, this will be an add-on functionality. So you don't need to implement the full S4HANA. You can use the central finance instance for your BPC purposes. Again, yes, mergers and acquisition. Yes, this is one of the key benefits why for which many companies choose to implement central finance. Any questions till now before we go to this? Okay, I will take silence as no questions. We'll go with mergers and acquisitions. So what happens is for any company when they like it is almost impossible to have a fixed set of system because they will keep on adding new entities. They will keep on like doing demergers from the existing entities. They will be merging with each other entities, or there can be a case where they will be buying a new entities, either a full stake or partial stake. So for any big entities with multiple ERP system, the scope of the system or their systems will keep on changing. And each time if they choose to implement a new system for their new entities, or if they choose to uh, merge their system into their existing ERP system, that will be very much time taking, and it will be a complex process, as well as it may not be that much cost efficient for them, because it can be aligned with their temporary goal. Or let's say that if they buy a new entity and then after some time again they sell a new different entity, so they will have to keep one project for implementing their existing process into the new ERP or their existing ERP on which they are operating. And once if they sell any other entity, again it will be a similar project for removing that entity from their systems. So what central finance offers is that whenever a new entity is included in the group or it is removed from the group, they will not have any process change, or the client will not have to uh, put any additional effort into migrating their processes to their existing ERP. Rather, what they will do is, if they are on the SAP system, they will use the trigger based approach, so that whenever any document is posted on the new entity or incoming entity for the group, it will be replicated to central finance without any change, as per the mappings or as per the GCA or the group chart of account structure in the created in the central finance. Similarly, if any entity is removed from the group, what it will be done is that it will we just need to remove the company code from the replication filters of SLT, and we are done. Like, no more data will be coming to central finance. And similarly, you can remove that entity from the legal reporting also, because anyway you will not get the data in the central finance for that entity. And one more thing, this is also one of the key features which you can utilize. One is that, let's say there is one company which is operating into multiple sectors, and they have different ERP for one legal reporting entity itself. So in that case, what currently business need they do is, they will have some partial data available in one system, the other set of data will be available on the other system, and they both will be following their own set of, let's say, chart of account, because it's same legal entity, so processes are more or less it will be same. But the systems or the data structure will be kind of not same, and it will not be harmonized between these two sectors or between the two ERPs. And the consolidation effort that goes on for them for the legal reporting entity is quite high, because for the same set of accounts, for same set of balances, you will have different structure, and then you need to merge it manually, the balances, then only you will be able to fulfill the reporting entity requirement. So for that, what you can do is, you can have n:1 mapping in the central finance for company codes. So you can map more than one company code. So it will be, let's say that they're using one company code in one system. For same legal entity, they're having a one company code into other system. So you can map both those company codes to one company code in central finance, and all the data which will be coming will be harmonized automatically into one company code, into one legal entities. And thus, like, it will have, you will have all the data in one go under one company code or one legal entity in the central finance. Any questions till now? Okay, so on this sheet you can find the consolidated benefits which we have discussed till now. So you can consolidate all the SAP and non-SAP data in one go. You can move to cloud if you like, if and there are options to move to either cloud, on premise, or hybrid model. So usually what companies do is, for their smaller entities they will move to cloud, and for the complex entities with customization they will choose to remain on premise. But again, this will differ from client to client and scenario to scenario, uh, which based on the situations or the scenarios what can fit to standard, or to the standard functionalities offered by SAP, and that can be moved to cloud. But there are processes or systems which will have huge customization, and uh, moving to standard scenario will not be a wise choice for the company. So in that case, they can go for the uh, on-premise version of the system. Again, as we discussed about mergers and acquisition, you can have one specific setup process. So where whenever any new company code is onboarded or decommissioned, you can just choose follow that setup process. So it will save a lot on the cost as well as on the time taken for any onboarding of new entities into the system. Again, instance consolidation, we have discussed that once the data is posted in the source ERPs or the source system. So whenever I say source ERP, just think of it as the original ERPs which the business using to for their day-to-day activities to push the data. So that will be your source ERP. And whenever you are implementing any central finance scenario, there will be minimum 3 systems will be involved. One will be your source system on which the day-to-day business processes are happening. Second will be your SLT system, which will be used as an kind of intermediary for transferring the data or filtering the data and then transferring it to the central finance system. And the third system will be your uh, S4HANA central finance instance, where all the data will be consolidated on the real-time basis. Again, completers non-SAP, you can choose to add non-SAP ERPs as well into central finance. Okay, so let's get back to one question. So let's say that we have this client which are using multiple ERPs or multiple systems, some on the different versions of SAP or non-SAP systems, and they're facing a challenge to keep the data like sync to the report. So they will come up with a use case like what they want to implement the data to have, like their objective is to have all the data, at least financial data, on one place so that the reporting is structured. So one more thing which like SAP is offering central finance as that once you implement central finance, it has to be like kind of it will pave the way for S4 HANA. Not it will not stop at central finance, rather you will start reaping the benefits of central finance within a very short span of time, and then you migrate to S4 HANA in a phased manner so that your processes and syncs processes are also synced across to for the long term plan as per the IT objectives of the company. So it's not saying that once you implement central finance, you are done with the upgrade and no need to upgrade the existing ERPs or existing processes. That still companies will do, but with central finance, you have the accelerated approach for your financial reporting and reaping the benefits of S4HANA. Okay, this, as we discussed, like each client will have multiple ERP systems and which they're currently using as a system of record as well as report, and they will choose to migrate. Again, it is up to client whether they want to migrate a specific set of business scenario, master data, what all they want to manage by their own on their existing ERPs, and what they want to manage centrally by like the shared service, central shared service team, or like centrally. So this is again up to client to client, and again it will also depend on the source ERP stakeholders. Let's say that if there are 5 different SAP's ERPs and 4 say that okay they want to implement central finance, one says that central finance with central payment, but other 1 or 2 entity they say that no, I don't want central payment, I just want the consolidation to happen in the central finance, but still I want to keep my processes, the central processes such as central payment, dunning, etc., with them only. They don't want to pass that on to the central team or as part of the central scenarios to be done by central finance. So still that can also be done where client chooses to partially activate these central processes such as central payment, dunning, etc., from the central finance, and some of the ERPs or some of the company codes, even not even ERPs. Some of the, if one ERP has 50 company codes, 40 want to migrate to central with central payments and dunning, they can still do. Rest and can continue to use the source ERPs for making their dunning and central payments, etc. Again, there are like few basic prerequisites that must be transferred, such as like cost objects. So in cost objects, you will have all the data from WBS project orders that will be replicated by your cost object mapping framework, other cost objects such as cost center, etc. That you can choose to transfer via IDOC or via MDG. Customer vendor, again, same process. You can choose to either map it manually or via IDOC or via MDJ. Same goes with GL account as well. Any queries on this topic or till now? Okay, so moving forward to the central finance use cases where it will be used. Uh, Post once, let's say that the data is replicated. One is that simplification. So whenever you are using SAP Central Finance compared to ECC, you will have multiple processes simplified. One user interface that you can move to like Fieri, so it will be like you don't need to have the SAP GUI installed as well. You can use Fieri directly from any of your approved devices. Then you will have business will have ease in decommissioning the systems, interfaces, etc. It will be reduced, so you will have all the reporting you can do directly from the central finance. Managerial reporting, even you choose Coupa, you can do it directly from the central finance system. So processes will be simplified for multiple systems. It will be, your data will be available on the go. Now coming to transformation, it paves the way for your uh, any organization to have your process transformed, because then once you have the central finance implemented, your data across the systems like financial data reporting is kind of already on the S4HANA, which is faster, and then you can report it directly. And then if you choose to migrate to S4HANA separately or on the CFIN instance, then you will not have the risk which earlier used to be, that what happens if the migration fails, what happens if the transformation fails. So those processes will still continue as usual until you have successfully went live in the after upgrade. So it not only paves the way for your simplified reporting, but it also paves the way for your non-disruptive and very less risky transformations for enterprises to uh, upgrade their digital infrastructure, especially on the ERP side. Again, on automation side, if you have are using multiple system, you need to have multiple instances for the same code or same one to operate on, and then on top of that you need to consolidate the data. So with this you can automate your reporting, as well as if you want to use the group reporting solution or CFO dashboard, you can directly use from the uh, central finance instance. Any questions till now? Let's discuss if we have anything. Anyone? Any questions? Are all okay till now? Okay, then let's go back to the last topic of today, which is alternatives to central finance. So what are the like alternatives which are available in the market, but still central finance is one of the popular solutions for consolidation, and many of the clients are choosing to go with central finance. So first, like most of these are popular solutions, which I think most of you would be knowing, because I guess most of you are experienced FI consultant. So one or the other time you would have already used or heard about this financial solutions. So Oracle for financials, again, as we all know, it's a quite popular consolidation as well as a financial reporting tool as well. But again, this has challenges in connecting to SAP or SAP S4HANA database. And on top of that, we can't build like a further reporting as seamless as what we are able to do it on the central finance in the unified way. Again, workday financial management, this is also comparatively new solution, I would say, compared to SAP. We can still use this, but again, this is not quite popular tool for consolidation yet. Coming to HFM, again, HFM is one of the widely used tools if we see in the market for consolidation and the group report, even the reporting, legal reporting. So HFM, I would say, is one of the leading reporting solution, like which is providing. So where like even though like I've seen some clients which are already migrated to central finance, but still they are using HFM for their group reporting, partially because on top of that, like they have connected their central finance instance to HFM, and then they will be using, which slowly they need to migrate from HFM to directly using the A4 reports or the reports, customized report from uh, central finance, or what. So let's say what we can say is, like, let's say there are around 20-25 entities for ERP systems for one company, and they choose to go with central finance for 15 of their entities. So 15 of their entities are directly providing their data to central finance, but still there are 4 or 5 entities which are reporting not part of the central finance. So, and they are existing prior to central finance, they are using the HFM for their reporting purposes. So for that, there are two options. One is that either you choose to have the 15, for 15 systems you will have the replication active in the central finance, you will have all the data readily available. For remaining 5 entities or remaining XYZ entities which are not part of the central finance replication, either you can choose to upload the data file, like the balances file, and then you can report it directly from, for those 20 entities or 20 ERP systems, directly from central finance, or you can choose to provide the data from central finance to HFM for the 15 entities, and for 5 ERPs they will continue to be remain connected to HFM in the earlier way, and then you can directly report from HFM. So even so, with central finance you can still use HFM, or you can choose to go with central finance for reporting purposes. There are both the solutions available for clients to choose, and I have seen that, yeah, most, for many clients it's like 50-50. Some choose to go ahead with the manual upload file into central finance system for their consolidated reporting, and some choose to transfer the, like, they will disconnect the HFM connection from the source ERPs which are migrated to central finance, and then they will connect central finance instance for those company codes which are migrated to central finance, and then from HFM they will report to the report for the legal reporting purposes. So both way it's possible. Again, this SAP S4HANA I've written as an alternative to central finance. So because when, so this is like dilemma which every company goes through when they choose to implement, whether they want to go for SAP central finance, they want to, because yes, if a client is already using SAP, the chances of going to them of other ERP systems are less, comparatively less, I would say. So when they choose to decide, like if they're, when they're discussing their ERP strategy, one, this is the major dilemma which they face, whether they want to go to S4HANA full-fledged, or they want to activate the central finance component. So S4HANA is a full-fledged alternative to central finance as well. If there are 20 entities which they are operating into multiple system, and if the client chooses to migrate fully to central finance S4HANA, so then also they will be able to achieve same results or same benefits as what they will be achieving in after implementing the central finance. In fact, they will achieve bit more on the logistics and other part, but from, as long as like fun, we are talking from the scope of central finance scenarios, so they will be achieving a similar benefit to what they're achieving with central finance in the S4HANA instance also. But the problem with S4HANA implementation is that it will be a long running project, and any company, let's say if this, there is a entity operating in 20 regions and you say them that okay, S4HANA is best and it will have all the data handy what central finance will give, but and plus it will give additional XYZ things also. But then when you say okay, what will take me 6 years 7 years of time to implement the S4HANA fully, so even though it will give more benefits, but you will have longer time, you have to wait before you can reap the benefits of what S4HANA can provide. So for that, the option is that okay, we can choose to go to S4HANA or we can wait for S4HANA, but what we can achieve in the meantime while we are migrating our systems full-fledged to S4HANA. So for that, you can use SAP Central Finance or you can choose to migrate to SAP Central Finance. So you will be reaping the benefits quite early, like as long like even from 4 5 months you can start getting the benefits of central finance consolidation, and same in a phased way you can implement more. So with central finance you will get the benefits of S4 HANA in a shorter span, while the client is still going to migrate to other company codes to S4 HANA or different entities as per like whatever it, and there can be their different ERP strategies to migrate to central finance. So again, this can have multiple number of cases uh, where the client chooses to migrate to S4 HANA or they have a competition. But yeah, there are multiple scenarios which we can discuss here. So again, if you have any particular scenario in mind which you want to discuss, like how it helps or how not, uh, we can discuss now. NetSuite is also one of the cloud application. It's owned by Oracle only, so it is part of Oracle solutions itself. And this is also cloud based, so you need to upload the data or transfer the data to NetSuite financial management tool, and then you can use the uh, reporting or like consolidating the data. But yes, primarily what the dilemma which company faces during central finances, whether they want to go for central finance or they want to go for S4 HANA, whether they should keep the reporting on HFM, whether they should migrate the reporting like group reporting to central finance, especially when they're not migrating all their SAP instances on central finance in one go, or if it is not part of their strategy to migrate all the central finance data in one go.
Hey guys, just a quick info. ZaranTech offers training for SAP S4HANA Central Finance. This course instructs professionals on how to optimize financial processes, streamline accounting and reporting, improve data quality, and support budgeting and forecasting. Thousands have already used this program to advance their SAP careers. Like those who have shared their success stories on ZaranTech's YouTube channel, their testimonials demonstrate how this course can boost SAP skills. In just a few weeks, you can gain the knowledge needed to leverage SAP S4HANA Central Finance. This can open doors to new jobs opportunity or help you excel in your current role. The ZaranTech SAP Central Finance training distills a complex topic into a clear insights and actionable skills. Visit the link below to learn more about ZaranTech's SAP S4HANA Central Finance course. Getting started now.
Or we start for the today. So primarily today we'll start with the CFIN architecture, how CFIN is structured, and we'll check in CFIN and source system what are the settings to activate the central finance, and how do we know whether the all the technical prerequisites have been completed, and we can start with the central finance from functional side as a FI consultant or not. So yes, let's have any questions from the previous sessions. Okay, let me share my screen. So today we'll be discussing about the central finance architecture, and then we'll discuss about the implementation methodology, which is the default one, which is now recommended by SAP, is SAP Activate. So we'll discuss how we can have the SAP Activate under our SAP CFIN implementation, how we can use it. So coming to like in continuation of what we discussed yesterday about how the central finance is structured. So here we will have at least 3 systems involved. One will be your source system, which can be your SAP ERP, SAP non-ERP. In SAP ERP also you will have a different variety, like different versions of the SAP ERP, or even the different product suites from SAP, like SAP Business One or SAP Business by Design, or even this SAP ERP as source system can be your S4HANA as well. So all these 3 systems, all the SAP related systems which will follow the SLT approach will have a database trigger approach. Like database trigger, what is mean by database trigger is whenever there will be any changes in the database, so that will trigger the replication. So it will not be a kind of extract and transform method for data replication, that it will not in the periodic job, rather it will be a real time, that whenever any change is happening, it SLT will trigger the data to staging tables, or you can say the holding tables, where the data will be stored temporarily. Means temporarily, as in from there it will pick to the SLT, and SLT will then transfer it to the central finance system. So yeah, but whenever there will be a non-SAP system involved, in this case, let's say your Oracle or SAP Business One, so in those cases, there will not be a direct connection in the real time, because due to legal reasons, as well as the separation of responsibility, like SAP is not allowed to directly design as per the trigger approach, the approach which is using for SAP. So for that, there will be a technical development which will trigger the data or on a periodic basis or on real time basis as per their design to the staging tables which will be offered by SAP. And from staging tables, as a consultant, our job will start to pick the data from there, like the central finance design will start. So from there, the data will be picked by SAP SLT in the structure which has to be posted into SAP Central Finance. So in that case, based on the structure, again, the data will come to Central Finance accounting interface, and it will be reposted into Central Finance. So yeah, one more difference with Central Finance compared to other similar solution is, in other solutions, the database to database copy happens. Like the similar data is copied to the consolidation tools. But in case of Central Finance, the same data is not copied, rather it is reposted. So one document is posted in source system or in different ERP as per their structure. So from that, the data is copied to staging tables in a format which can be used, that the fields or the data from that format can be used to repost that particular document into Central Finance, rather than copying at the database level. So how that happens, that we'll check in detail, but this is your overall structure. So what happens is, let's say that you want to post an accounting document. So it will pick the header related information from BKPF table. It will pick the item related information from your BSEC table, and it will copy that particular data into the staging table for Central Finance, which will be your CFIN ACCHD table and CFIN ACCIT table, which will store the item information. And from that, based on your SAP MDG settings, like your SAP MDG can be, yes, it will perform the business mapping. Again, SAP MDG will have separate instance. It can be on either Central Finance system, source system, or separately installed. But what SAP MDG does is, it will provide the business mapping, as well as it will copy the it will create the master data as per the source harmonized data. So once the data is in the accounting interface, it will come to business mapping. It will pick the data as per the Central Finance design, or you can say the unified data model which has been created into SAP Central Finance, and then it will try to post using the accounting interfaces which has been created in Central Finance, or which by default is in the Central Finance. So, but let's say that it goes into any error. So what will happen is that it will not come back at this level, that you need to trigger those documents whenever there is any error, or whenever there is any issues in posting the document. and issue can be multiple. Let's say that you are posting and they have created a new GL account in source system and they have posted a new document, and meanwhile SAP MDG has not picked up the creation of that particular new GL or any changes on that any GL in the source account. And so when they posted document which comes into your central finance accounting interface first. So in that case, what will happen is the data will go to AIF as error. So in this, whenever you will search by the reference document, you can find that one particular document is pending replication, and you can see the reason that why it is pending replication. It can be either master data, it can be configuration issue, or it can be any reason. Even it can be technical reason. Then also that particular error you can see in the AIF. And again, this AIF you can configure, you can customize, as well as you can have functions also to automate the error resolution. So once you have fixed the error, it will come to accounting interface, and then the document will be posted using the like the accounting interface function module, like function module to post the account, and a new document will be reposted into central finance. Same goes for non-SAP ERP also, especially like Oracle. Let's say they follow a complete different structure only. They don't have GL account similar to the structure what we define in our SAP ERP. They have different key fields which will identify a GL account, or even the way in which posting happens is quite different from how the posting structure is in the source system, in the SAP ERPs. So here what will happen is that in this from this database tables, from the database tables, or wherever the data is stored for those particular ERPs, from there the data will be picked. It will be harmonized in a via technical development to pick the fields which will be as per the posting interface of the, or you can say the, as per the structure in CFIN ACC HD tables and CFIN ACC IT tables. So no need to remember those tables by name, but you need to understand there are some holding tables which will have the accounting document templates, you can say, kind of, that it will hold the data for posting into central finance. Any questions on the way it's being posted? CFIN underscore ACC HD will store your header data in this case only. So let me, I will reshare. So currently, like the systems are not set up completely, so that's the reason I'm not able to show it. So, but yeah, I can show the implementation, like how the configurations are there. Okay, so this is the source system. You are able to see the SAP screen, right? Yeah. So first, we need to check whether central finance is implemented, like the technical function for like FinCF is implemented in the source system or not. So for that, if you go to CFIN IMG, in source system, you will find only one configuration. It is the general setting. So if you are able to see this screen, that means the business function for central finance is implemented. So in this, you will have only one config again, similar to like what, let's say this is my central finance system. If I go here, so here we will find the settings for both source system as well as the central finance system. So here you can find settings for both source system as well as central finance system. The reason is that S4HANA system, it can be used as both your source system as well as central finance system. So that's the reason you'll find. But currently, if you are using central finance for target system, like it's your primarily the S4HANA system on which you are replicating the data, then no need to maintain the data here in the source system settings. Only we will focus on the configs on the target system. Okay, coming back to source system. So here again, let's say that if you want to check like what are the packages, like how it has been implemented, and what are the tables, etc., which will be generated as part of your central finance, well, like once the CFIN module is implemented in the, like activated in the source system rather than implemented. So let me, this package name, I will give you one package name. So there we can see whether what are the T codes, or what are the T codes, what are the tables activated as part of the central finance. So again, if you see in this, if in a CCH3 table, so currently you won't find any entries, but once the settings are replicated, like the once the SLT, your S4 system, central finance system, as well as source systems are connected, so whenever there will be any change, it will copy the data. Like whenever, let's say, you create any accounting document, then it will create that an entry into this particular table as well. So it will not be only two tables, there will be more tables also, but primarily this will be the two tables. If you configure any additional parameters, it will store in the CFIN APP table. So if there are any additional structure, let's say you configure any particular extra fields which you need to copy into your central finance system, so then it will append to this table. Similarly, for CO also, you will find the corresponding tables, and same goes for uh, your cost objects as well. Okay, and then coming to, I think, okay, SLT. Okay, so even if, let's say, that you want to go on this SLT, so SLT will have SLT you can have on like 3 different systems as well. So this is the particular structure, but how, like, this does not tell where will be my systems standing. Like, let's say that we need 3 systems, separate systems, but we can have source ERP. This SLT is my, we can say, kind of middleware, which is the interfacing between my source ERP and central finance. So this SLT system, it can be on source ERP as well. Even on SEC, you can implement this SLT. You can have SLT as a separate system as well, and you can have SLT on your central finance system as well. So currently what we'll be using will be on the central finance, but there are all the 3 options which will be available to client for the SLT system. So let's discuss about what will be the benefits and drawbacks if you choose to implement on source ERP or separately or on the central finance system. So let's say that if you have implemented it on the source system, then what will be the benefit is that it will have the data directly. Like, if you don't have it, if you have it separately, then you need to send the data via RFC or via connection approach, which can cause issues, or sometimes the connection is unstable, then your application will be delayed, means it will not log it to the central finance table. So if you implement on source ERP, it will, SLT will have access to all the table data from the source ERP, and the data movement from your source ERP to SLT will be quite faster. But again, as a same way, it will be a challenge also, because you will have multiple ERPs connected for central finance system, and SLT will have on only one particular source system. Let's say that you choose the ERP with highest number of data or the largest data volume. So that can be one use case where you implement SLT on source system. Because if there are multiple big ERPs and you implement it on source system, then the other ERP needs to send data to SLT on different source ERP, and again it will have the same challenge for database replication. Again, coming to like implementing on this, yes, it will differ from like client to client. They will have different choices, but it is preferred that either you keep it as standalone or on the central finance. But better to keep it standalone, because like if you have keeping it on the central finance system also, because because this ECC mostly will have on your ECC system, like the source ERPs. Like, still there are use cases where client is on S4HANA and is still implementing central finance to connect other ERPs, but in most of the cases it will be ECC, which will be comparatively slower compared to your S4HANA, which is having the central finance instance, and SLT. So if you are using it separately, then it will have like no system performance causing due to your S4HANA, or if there is some load on your CFIN system. So preferred way is to have it separately, standalone, or on the central finance system. Yes, multiple source system can be implemented, like even if it is on the source system. So
but
yes, like the structure, like the connecting methodology will be same whether on the each of the system. But if it is on SAP, let's say that you are integrating 5 ERPs for central finance, and you can implement SLT on only one. So let's say if the data volume is, let's say, 80% on the one ERP and just 20% coming from the other 4 ERPs, then still you can consider that okay, on the highest ERP I will have the SAP implemented. So then, so that 80% will not require any connection and everything will be flow like almost instantaneously. For 20% you can choose to connect by RFC, but because even if you are connecting separately also, then also you are sending the data via the system connection only, or RFC only. Again, SLT standalone, yes, it will be like having a separate system, its own memory, so that, and it will be connected via both central finance and source systems. So only disadvantage is that SLT will not have access to data from any of the systems directly. So whenever you need to fetch any additional data, you need to configure additional setting or have the custom development. So that is one disadvantage if you are using SLT as a standalone system. So let's say that if you're using it on source system, you need to include additional fields. So you don't need to configure the replication strategy for that particular field. Directly the system will have access to the SLT. SLT will have access to the data if it is on the source system. Same thing, let's say we implement it on S4HANA system. And then if there is any, so if you are implementing in S4HANA or the central finance instance, so SLT will be, and central finance, they both will share the same database. So whatever is stored in the central finance, it will have seamless access. SLT will have seamless access to that also. So if you want to include any additional field, or if you want to modify the reports, like the replication or the replication strategy from ERP to this, the connection will not be required, and it can directly, like you can fetch using the queries. SLT consultants can configure it. So those, like each option have its own drawbacks and advantages, and based on the business cases we need to decide how it should be configured, how SLT system should be set up. So primarily you can see your SLT configuration, mostly like this is kind of on LTRC cockpit. You can see everything that has been configured for your, in this particular, it is kind of, it gives an overview of all the configuration. So again, SLT will have multiple use cases, and central finance connection is one of the use cases. So it's not like that SLT will be used only for central finance. Central finance is one of the use cases for SLT. Like, so whenever a connection is there or not, you need to check. There should be at least one, like here it can be n number of systems connection for n number of purposes. But what you need to check is there should be at least one scenario with the central finance. It is required. If it is not there, that means your connection is not yet set up. At least the RFC is not yet set up. So once this is there, that means you can be sure that okay, we have the connection ready between the central finance system and SLT and the source system. So again, if we click on this, in this SLT configuration, this will not be done from like us as a FI consultant or from the CFIN consultants. This configuration will be done by technical team. Again, if you see here, so this here you can see what are the settings which will be like how the source systems, what are the source system and what are the target systems. So here you can see this configuration. This will be the source system to which from which the data will be flowing for this connection. If you need different systems, like if there will be, let's say, 5 source systems, so here will be 5 different connections for that particular using the same like central finance instance. So you can see as many systems are connected, there will be at least those many configs on the previous screen using for the central finance scenario. Again, here you can configure, again it is to optimize the memory. Based on memory you can configure how many parallel jobs you want, how many jobs you want like reserved for initial load. So again here if you see target system, this is a CND 400. So this probably, again as I said, like the systems are not yet set up, but here this will be your S4HANA system. So it will be same whatever it is here, the same system which you are using should be on this one. So let's say that in this particular configuration could be that this system is used separately as a SLT system only. So in that case, source system will send data to here. ID8, from ID8 data will come and it will be sent to this particular system. So this will be case for the standalone SLT system. Is it clear? Again, coming to this, this will be a very like important screen for us as a finance consultant to understand what all data loads are loaded. So let's say you want to replicate accounting documents, CO documents, cost objects, even AVL, like which are not part of central finance, but it is part of the central scenarios. So in that case, you should be able to see all the tables which are currently being replicated. So if you are using replicating accounting documents, you should be able to see here CFIN CCA3 table. If you are replicating cost objects as well, you should be able to see AUFK table here. Same goes for controlling. If you are replicating controlling, you should be able to see the COBK tables here. So if you are not able to see here, that means your SLT is not yet configured to replicate. Like you can't start your configuration even to start replicating the document. Like it will not log the data still. Any questions from here? Again here this will be your, there will be some staging tables, even logging tables, even for SLT also, which will store what will be your data for what are the data which has yet to be processed, which has been processed, otherwise system will not know. Let's say that the data is stored in your CFIN ACCH table, but how will SLT know whether it has triggered that document to central finance or not? So for that there are some logging tables in SLT. So it will like let's say 10 documents are posted, so all the 10 documents will come, and when it has been sent to central finance, it will keep deleting. So it will be logging table only for the pending documents, or you can say holding tables for the pending documents. Again, these settings, it's good to know for us, because then we can explain the solution, we can explain how it's happening. But configure, or even we need to tell technical consultant if there are any filter which we need to provide to them. Again, coming to here, whenever you see any objects configured, if you click on data provisioning, you will be able to see how the data is, how are the filters set up. Again, so this LTRC is the cockpit where you can get the overview. In LTRS, you can see how this you can like give filters and all. Again, once the system is configured, you can view the settings, but please do not change these settings, otherwise it will impact the replication. Okay, this has not been configured yet, so coming to this. So in this configuration, what we'll do additionally is, let's say that there are 50 company codes for a particular source system which you have connected, but you don't want to implement central finance for all the 50 company codes. You want to implement only for 15, 20, and you want that SLT should pick only the data for those 10, 15 company codes or whatever is defined as per the scope. So those settings and all, like those filters and all in SLT, you will provide here for this particular. So it can be company code, it can be any parameters from these tables. It is not only that you can maintain only company code, you can maintain business transactions, you can maintain any particular document type, like document type usually will not have any requirement, but if they are posting anything for adjustment and all which client want to avoid, even you can include that as well. So basically this particular filters here, and unit SLT consultants will configure with the filter which you provide or which business you need to provide after discussing with business, what will be the scope for replication from the SLT side. So even though the data is stored in CFIN CHD and all, and if the filters here it does not meet the criteria, it will not replicate to central finance. Any questions still here? Again, like how the source systems, like you can say what will need to be done in the source system or the source ERPs to prepare it for the central finance, so that you can start working on the functional configurations, or you can start working on preparing data for that particular source systems. So your source system can be any one of this source system. It can be your SAP S4HANA. So if it is SAP S4HANA, you are using a source system, there is no action required from any consultants, like no action required from anyone, either technical or functional, for the system readiness. From the technical perspectives, it has all the components already built in. Once you activate the central finance business functions, you can start with your configuration straight away, like the settings or whatever you need to do from the central finance integration implementation perspective. If it is ECC 6.0 or above, then SAP will provide some notes, and which you can get it implemented with help of your basis consultant. And once those notes are implemented, you can go ahead with the configuration. So I've also included the SAP note. So this will keep on updating. So it's better to check whenever you are um, implementing, better to check this note for updated notes information, which will need to be implemented in the source system. So because as with each upgrade or each functionality, or let's say even with some nodes, they will keep on adding to fix the bugs or to include a new design. So all the nodes information you will find on this particular note. What are the nodes which will need to implement? So let's say that if you are using the SAP ERP, which are out of support by the SAP system, and you still want to implement central finance, the business doesn't want to upgrade first to the ECC 6 or above, rather they want to implement central finance on the same instances of the ERP system. So in this case, what they will do is you need to raise an consulting note to the SAP team. They will provide some additional SAP notes, which you will be working with your basis team, and mostly it will be basis and technical only who will be working on those to for the system readiness. But we should be aware that okay, what will be the process that needs to be followed for the system readiness by to start implementing the central finance, or start with the functional configuration for central finance. Again, even if you are using SAP ERP and you are using SAP Business by Design or SAP Business One, so these two are very small softwares by SAP which are used by small businesses only, like which have lower transaction volume and not much data. So SAP has not provided any additional settings which you can set that will directly replicate the data on the real-time basis similar to what is we are discussed in the above three scenario. So SAP treats this SAP Business by Design, SAP Business One as non-SAP ERP only as long as central finance is considered. So it will follow the same approach as any non-SAP ERPs will follow to integrate. So for this, what you need to do is, in this also the data will come from SLT only, but you will not pick the data directly based on the database trigger approach. So data will come, like whenever data is posted, it will be logged from the custom development. Either it will update on real time, or it may be that it is picking the data on time to time basis. Let's say a job is running to fetch the data couple of minutes, couple of, let's say couple of hours. Again, it is purely a business decision how they choose to decide when the data gets into the logging tables. And our job, or you can say that the SAP Central Finance job starts once the data is there in the staging tables. And once it is in the staging table, from the BAPI, we will fetch it into the Central Finance system. And it will, after that, after staging table, the process will be same for all this. So there will be no difference as long as the process of posting is considered once the data is in the staging tables. Again, in this, like what will happen is that if SAP gets involved into at this phase only to fetch the data, that will create even the legal risk for client, because then if something wrong happens, there will be like there will not be a segregation of responsibility, what how much SAP has done, or how much, like the it will be a blame game for both the stakeholders. So for that only, the like SAP or has to avoid that, it's a very like clear rules and responsibility defined what needs to be taken care by the third party, or even these ERPs, or what needs to be done by the SAP side. So like customers are like, if it let's say non-SAP ERP stakeholders, you can say in this case customer, he is responsible for transferring the data from these non-ERP systems or from business by design and business one to SLT layer. And once it comes into SLT layer, it is like this interface will receive, and from there on SAP will take the job, and then again this will be coming to your AIF tool as usual, compared like same as what we discussed earlier. Till now, any queries? Okay, so coming to like bit more details of how the transfer happens if there is a third party system involved. So here you will have your source system. Here will be the transfer program. So this transfer program will be created by the third party, as in your the customer will be responsible to get this program created as per the structure or as per the database design which is given by SAP. Again, for like this will also keep changing, and SAP will update this particular note uh, whenever there is any change in the structure, or whenever there is any change in the design, or if there is a new enhancement added. So they will update this particular note 24622424. So in this you can get the updated information on the transfer. But overall, until transfer program, customer takes care of the this program and how the data is transferred. So if anything is wrong here in the transfer program, then the data will be wrong, but this part has to be fixed by customer or the vendors which are using that non-ERP. So till here we are not responsible, or we are not responsible for the design. We'll only give the structure how we need the data in what format, the quality of data or data extraction, this has to be taken care by customer. So here they will have the data extraction, they will do themselves the quality check, and in parallel structure mapping will happen here. Again, here also the data will be segregated into two part. One is that real time, and real time data which will start once the initial load is completed, and the second part will be your real-time replication. And for initial load, you need to follow the same approach, that the data they need to prepare the balances or line items like till when they want to post, and they need to transfer it like once as part of the batch job, or maybe manual file also, how the data needs to be posted, whether at balance level, whether at line item level. Like if we go to SAP, so if you go here, we maintain here how we want the data to, like till what date we want the data to replicate from, like when you mark this initial load as finished, and you give the date like from when, like you will maintain the this balance here document here. So we'll come to explain this table in bit more detail once we start the config. But here what you need to understand is that in this table we maintain from when we want the data to happen, like initial load, and from when we want the real-time replication to start. But when we are using any third-party ERPs, there is no such settings which we can maintain, so that the system will pick automatically from when real-time replication has to happen, and from when you need to start the initial load. So this part is being taken manually in case of any third-party. So this part has to be taken care in the way that they need to transfer the data till a particular date at once, and after that they will start the uh, transfer of real-time data on a particular frequency basis, which again it's up to the client whether they want it as per minute, month wise, or date wise, or particular hour wise, how they want, what will be the frequency of this transfer program. Again, once the program captures the data into the format specified by SAP, or including some additional data or the custom fields, then this transfer layer, which is nothing but SLT, it will perform the mapping. Then it will come to staging tables. So from here we will have the same process as we had for SAP system. So once this comes to staging tables, this will come to your CFIN interface. So here usually these programs, like the interfaces happen, like it will be done by either Magnitude or Synetry. These are popular third-party tools when when any third-party system is involved to fetch the data. After that it will come to AIF error. So in this AIF we can configure all the errors, all the error handling scenarios you can say rather, and once if there is any error you need to fix. If not, automatically from here, once it comes to here, automatically the data will be posted to Acidoka. I hope everything is clear until now. We will discuss about the, this will be how the data will flow. Now we'll discuss about the SAP Activate and how the, what will be the project management methodology when we implement SAP Central Finance. So okay, so usually we'll discuss about this system structure. So what will be the landscape? So let's say that there will be multiple ERPs. It can be SAP, non-SAP, S4, business by one, or even your Excel. There can be multiple source of data, which usually there will be multiple source of data for which you will have the, you want to consolidate the data into central finance. So in phase one, like usually it will be the approach will be to have it into multiple phases, and each phase will have different purpose. So in phase one, you will take, let's say there are 15 ERPs, so you will take one or two ERPs, or based on the data volume, you will take few ERPs for the pilot phase, where you will implement central finance on those particular ERPs. And once you see that okay, everything is ready, then you will go with the iterative approach to roll out the same solution for the other ERPs. So in this case, you will have this one again. This phase one can be divided into two parts. If you are going with the central payment and the central scenarios replication, so what will happen is that, let's say that you want to implement central payment as well, and you have decided to okay, I have taken 4 ERPs for which I want to implement central finance in the pilot phase. And again in this, you have decided okay, I want all the like central payment and other central scenarios activated as well. But prerequisite for any central payment is, or you have to have the all the data replicated. You should have like kind of almost 100% replication. Otherwise, let's say if there is any mismatch in the open item, let's say we have 100 open items posted in source system and 10 are in error with the due date, but in central payment one you run 10 documents are not yet posted, so the payment will fail, which in again cause issues in your stakeholder managements and other lot of delayed payments, fines, penalties. So those will be the challenge once you, if you implement everything in one go. So in this, again, this is structured into two part. One is activating just the central replication. So you will not activate the central payment in starting only in the starting phase of deployment. Rather, you will implement once your system becomes stable from the replication perspective. And once you see that okay, my now replications are fine, then you activate the central payment and you move all the central scenarios. So again, this phase one will be divided into two part, but again that is up to the client's choice whether they want to implement it at one go or if they want to implement it into two part. So in this case, you will have replication. Once the in starting of the replication, usually you will face a lot of errors when where the system is not yet stable, or when the, you can say that when the system is in hypercare support. And if you parallelly start the central payment, central dunning, you will have issues from the customer communication perspective as well. In this case, yeah, earlier, as we all know that because we are working on central finance, that earlier SAP methodology was recommended by SAP, but now SAP is saying that okay, we need to follow SAP Activate methodology for implementation rather than SAP, which is the improved and agile method in which we can implement any SAP project. So this Activate is not only recommended for SAP Central Finance, but rather it is recommended for both central any SAP project, not only SAP S4HANA or SAP Central Finance, where SAP is recommending okay, whenever you want to implement any project, we should activate with the. Okay, so coming to SAP Activate, so as we all know, I guess most of us have worked on SAP implementation or the SAP method. So this is kind of an next version to SAP Activate, SAP SAP, where the SAP implementation has become kind of more agile in nature compared to ASAP. So where we are focusing on the best of ASAP plus how we can use that to further increase the efficiency of any project, as well as reduce the timelines under which we implement, and how we can continuously improve. So it is like combination of already the best practices and standard configuration also, rather you can say, which is already updated on this rapid.bp.com, so where you will find all the best practice document for SAP. And then guided configuration, again you will find the model company codes and other details, where you will have all the basic or the standard SAP recommended configuration. Agile method, as it said, like you need to like continuous improvement. So as you build on one topic, you come back after one sprint and you take that, okay, what are the improvements needed or what are the things we missed. And this simplifies like overall the SAP implementation process. As again, as we discussed earlier, that it can be implemented on any of the SAP projects. It's not only S4HANA S4HANA is specific that we will be implementing this particular SAP S4 on SAP S4 Central Finance only. It can be used for migration project, even for integration, even for S4HANA implementation. Whenever we are dealing with any SAP projects, we can use the SAP Activate methodology for implementation. But for our discussion, primarily we'll be focusing today on how we can utilize SAP Activate methodology for SAP Central Finance, and what will be the actions required when we what are the actions required in each phase of the SAP implementation under SAP Activate. So before coming to that SAP Activate, we should know like what are the like major activities which we need to do as part of SAP Central Finance or SAP Central Finance implementation, which will be required, and then we can kind of segregate what will be the activities under which phase. So one will be the high value assessment that we need to do. So before, okay, let's this will be the phases, but coming to that, what will be the activities? So you will have first you need to do the high value assessment, where what will be the value proposition for client. You will be giving them the central finance demo. If required, you will implement the SAP best practices on the test client provided by SAP. And you will in this phase you will like also decide what is the as is situation for the client, what is the to be situation which they want. And then once you present all these business case benefits to the higher management, then they will come to a conclusion whether they want to go ahead with the SAP implementation or SAP Central Finance or not. Once they decide to go ahead with the Central Finance, then in next phase we will have our pilot phase, or you can say that POC phase. So under POC phase, we will validate whatever we discussed in the assessment phase, that whatever we said, that what will be the value provision, what will be the business benefit that they will be getting from the central finance implementation, that we need to validate in the pilot phase. And we'll be designing the blueprinting for master data, for transaction data mapping, how the settings will be, or means how the rather business structure would be into the POC phase. And then once we are ready with all this proof of concept, like the blueprinting of the master data, transaction data mappings, etc., that what will be the structure, reporting structure into central finance, both for managerial reporting and for legal reporting, then we'll take one or two transactional systems in which we will activate the as a situation for central finance. So let's say, as we discussed in the earlier slide about the situation, that if there are multiple ERPs, we'll take few ERPs in the first phase, we will implement, we'll test the functionalities, and we will check with, we'll validate with whatever the business proposition or whatever the business value we set to clients that they will be getting from this central finance project. We'll validate with them whether are they getting it or not. If they want any improvement, that part will be, we can take it up as implementation team, we need to take it up to further improve as per the client requirement, if any. So that's the reason we take it few sample systems, so that if there is an improvement required, we can incorporate those improvements at that time only. And then with the improved design, we can go ahead and roll out in the other particular systems. Then once we have validated with the edge situation, then the actual technical implementation will start, where you will configure the S4HANA Central Finance, and you will maintain connection and all, as we discussed. And then for particular ERP, those systems which you have identified, you will be replicating the data on real time, and then there will be like whatever the operations which they were performing in the source system, that will be moved back to central finance system. So once you have done the technical implementation, then the value realization phase will start, where the client will actually start to get the value they had which was proposed to them, or which they had assumed that okay, this will be the value benefits which they will be getting. So that was about, in high level, what will be the activities from the central finance perspective, or what will be the major phases. So now coming again back to the implementation methodology phases, like what are the phases under which will have under SAP Activate methodology. So it's majorly into 6 steps. So where discover phase, where we kind of discover the possibility of what needs to be done, how the project benefits will discuss with the client. Prepare phase, again explore phase, realize phase, deploy phase, and run phase. Run phase is the final phase in which you close the support. So this is similar to the hypercare phase. Coming to like the primary activities under each of the phases. So under discover phase, you will perform the solution validation, you will perform the solution scope, you will finalize after workshop with the clients, you will finalize the what will be the scope of your solution, how many company codes, how many systems they want to do it in the pilot phase, how many systems they will go ahead in with the other phases in the subsequent iterative phases only. And once the solution scoping is done and validated by the functional consultants, that is us CFIN consultants, then we'll go with the prepare phase. So in prepare phase, it will be primarily for the system readiness from the central finance perspective. So we will educate the users, will educate ourselves if there is any upgrade required with the central finance learning journey, central finance, if there are any gaps that have been discovered. So that will prepare the users, as well as we will prepare the systems parallelly for the technical implementation, or to go ahead with the implementation. So in this, we will have the SAP nodes installed in the source system, target system, and if there are any third-party integrations involved, let's say that currently there are source systems. So source system will also have some connections to other ERP systems from, or rather than ERP, other third-party systems from which the data is coming. For example, currently one source system for their reporting, apart from their source ERP or SAP for primary transaction, might be that they're using Blackline for closing related solution, might be they're using Salesforce for the sales. So all the data will be integrated into their SAP ECC, and which in turn SAP ECC, it will come to central finance. So not only we need to check the whether this is coming central finance or not, if there is any activity required from those third party integration perspective, that also we need to check and conclude in this particular prepare phase, as prepare phase only. Any questions still in discover phase and prepare phase, or the earlier? Okay. So coming to explore phase. So explore phase is more about knowing what is the client requirement and how much we can fit it in the standard processes which is recommended by SAP, and how much more customization we need to do in order to implement without disturbing their processes. Let's say that if there are some gaps which cannot be done into the standard solution, we need to have the customized solution or out of the box solution built for those particular solutions. So, and then in this also you will have your enterprise structure defined, you will profile all the solution, and as well as you will perform the fit gap workshop as well. So let's say that like in 2022 version, SAP has almost improved quite a lot in the central finance perspective, but earlier, like in 2018 or 2019 versions, there were very many limitations in SAP which was not possible to implement, or which the reporting was not possible into the central finance. So one example from my previous project is that in source system they were using accounting approach, and in central finance system they wanted to have the ledger approach for reporting. So if you're using accounting approach, that means for each of the ledgers and for each of your accounting approach, let's say for IFRS, for local reporting, you are using different set of accounts. But for ledger approach, you are using one account only, and then you are posting into two different ledgers for moving to ledger approach. So that particular solution was not provided by SAP to have that kind of reporting needs. So either you need to go ahead with the similar approach, or you need to then design a custom solution to fit into that. So this will be such requirements which you will be exploring in the project phase, in the explore phase. So where you need to come up with what all the gaps which you cannot do it in the standard phase. Again, there can be some use cases where even though standard is there, but since business is not following the processes as per the correct approach, so that's so that could be one reason where you need to again do an additional customization, because even though that is supported, but you cannot implement, or that is not technically feasible. So a very common example of this is the document types. So especially when NewGL is not implemented in the source systems. So let me know if you need any clarification, or if I'm going too fast or slow, because yes, I am assuming that everyone is well aware of the S4HANA like normal SAP FI settings. So, but yeah, let me know if there is any clarification required. So let's say that unusual is not implemented, and there are document types, and if it is not implemented, then you no need to split the documents on the various parameters like profit center or business area or any XYZ parameters. So in this case, business will not post as intended. Let's say that they can post an asset accounting document A document type, they can use other document type as well, other nature of posting as well. Similarly for on RE they can post only GL to GL posting, because the system will not have any limitation. So even though it's expected that they will be using as per the intended processes or the standard SAP recommended approach, but they might not use. And when in central finance, because central finance is built on top of S4HANA, your new GL is mandatory, and almost every client will have the requirement to activate the document splitting as well. So once you uh, once you configure the document splitting, then you will configure your item categories and document type classifications as per the standard, as per the process approach. You will not assume that okay, the business might be doing wrong, so you can correct it. So in order to split correctly, if the business must use the document uh, in a recommended approach, but might be that they built already top up, or the user awareness cost is too much that they might not correct, or even for historical documents the volume is too much that the client is unwilling to correct that part, or he is unable to also, you can say, because for a bigger company there will be a lot of users, and to get it corrected or to expect that that prerequisite will be met before we implement central finance, that will be too much to ask for the central finance prerequisite. So those are the, yeah, some cases. One can be either the technology limitation of central finance. One could be the out of box requirement of clients where they're using something purely in a custom way. One could be this example that we discussed, that the business is not using, because at last if we see, central finance is nothing but the copying the processes of the source system. So if the process itself is wrong, central finance also will be wrong. So we need to correct those cases also. So for that also there can be customization required. Let's say that for example, uh, if the document type is used incorrectly or not used as per the process, you might need to define a custom mapping where document type is not only based on the document type mapping is not only based on the document type to document type mapping, rather it can be based on like document type plus GL combination. So those are the some cases where you will need, again, you can configure this mapping in central finance. So we'll come back to that once we have the system ready, or if not, we can go back to the check the config before the system is ready as well, but we will not be able to configure until the system is ready. Coming to realize phase. So realize phase is nothing but whatever we have built in the prepare and explore phase, that should now reflect into system in both realize and deploy phase. So realize is will maintain the mainly, like if you need to ask me what will be the difference between realize and deploy. So in realize we will be doing the configuration and other checks, quality checks, testing, etc. In deploy phase we will actually deploy the solution, like we'll perform the initial load, replication, reconciliation, user training, etc. So in realize phase what we'll do is we'll perform all the CFIN configurations, the one which we saw earlier on the CFIN MG screen. So for source system we'll maintain from the dates from when to when you want to replicate the data. For central finance system you will configure all the mapping rules, MDG settings, uh, the RFC connections between the SLT and other separate system, business system configuration, mapping, etc. And then apart from that there are a few consistency checks also that you need to perform and activate as well. So there can be like configuration consistency checks, master data consistency check, tax consistency check, that you need to perform at settle finance to confirm that okay, now whatever settings that we have done as part of our configuration are in line with whatever should be there. Let's say that when you are mapping a GL account, it should have some similarities between what you have mapped in the central finance with what is configured in the source. Let's say if a GL account is open item in source, you cannot map it to a non-open item in source. In central finance also it should be open item. Otherwise, when the clearing will happen in source, those documents will fail because those are posted as non-open item in central finance. Similarly, when you are posting on GRIR account, it should always be balanced in local currency in both source as well as central finance. So if similarly if goes for balance sheet and P&L account, so if it is balanced in source, it should have balance it in central finance as well. So if there is any mismatch on these parameters, uh, the document replication will fail. So in order to avoid those common issues which could be taken care at the starting phase by running the consistency check, SAP recommends that we should run the consistency check. We should fix most of the error which we can. Means basically we need to review all the errors what needs to be fixed. But yes, having zero errors in consistency check is not a prerequisite to activate central finance or start working or start the real-time replication. But it's good, always good to resolve all the errors which you can in the consistency checks, to have the higher percentage replication from the day one itself, or whenever you start the real-time replication, and even in initial load. So consistency check not only helps in real-time replication, it will help you in the initial load only, because if the mappings are not done properly or if the configurations are not in line with the expected solution, you will face huge number of errors in initial load as well as the central in the real-time replication. Again, like these settings, like whatever you are doing, you will be doing it in both quality. Will be testing in till quality. Will test all these things in the realize phase. From the deploy phase is basically what you can say is, you can say it's the cutover plan or the cutover strategy. So here you will define a cutoff date from which you want to start the replication or start the settings for central finance. And then
You will perform the initial load as per the, let's say that you want till 2022 you want the data to be posted and from initial load, and from 2023 you want the real-time replication to start. So usually it's recommended that you start your real-time replication from day one of the financial year, but that's not a mandate. It's only a recommendation, not a mandate. So because so that all the data will be your on the in line with whatever for the current financial year, you will have all the data posted from real-time replication or on the line item basis. So for current years, you will have all the documents per line item. Again, in this, once the replication, once the initial load is completed, you will reconcile the data. Data reconciling as in you will match the values between source system and target system. For that, SAP has also given uh, multiple reports to compare the values between the source system and target system. So let me check if we have access to, there will not be any data, but yes, if it is there, I can show in system. Any questions till now? Okay, I think we will discuss this. When SAP is not a project management methodology, rather it's implementation methodology, which encompasses some project management techniques, but it's in standalone, it's not a project management methodology. Again, with SAP Activate framework, you will get these three are the pillars: SAP best practices, which you can get on rapid.bpsap.com. So here you will find all the documents related to the standard configuration or the recommended configuration, each functionality wise. You can explore this site, and then if anything is required, you can directly use the settings from this guided configuration. On the cloud also you will get the guided configuration where you can like kind of upload the values and the configuration. For on the on-premise version, you will have the SAP model company code, which you can use to either in POC time also you can use the model company code configurations. And then SAP Activate methodology. This we already discussed what will be the phases and how central finance will be structured in each phase. So what will be the benefits of SAP best practices? Again, you, with SAP best practice, you can expedite the time taken because you already have the initial work done by SAP. You can use the same values, it's not same values, rather the same processes, same setup, and to fit. And only you need to configure the results which you have, or the configure the gaps which you have identified in the fit to gap workshops. So fit to gap workshop is basically is to assess what will be the uh, what are the configuration or what are the additional configs which has not been covered in the SAP standard, and you need to configure an out of the box solution or customize it to fit the customer requirement. Again, since these best practices are already tested by SAP multiple times with the proven results on multiple clients, you will know okay the chances of failure are very less and you will get results as intended. Again, since as best practices are standard value or standard configuration which are industry tested and industry common, so you will have like when if you want to migrate to SAP on cloud version, you will have like it will be a very simple onboarding process where you can only configure what will be the values as per the template, and it will be like the time to implement and the solution will be very less, and you can get to central finance or even for S4HANA in a quite faster time. Again, guided configuration we have already discussed that you can use the self service configuration UIs for cloud based solution. For on-premise you can use Solman and model company codes. for configuring the best practices, and then you can configure any additional data, like if it is for the customization, you can go ahead with the change management framework to implement the findings of fit gap workshop. Okay, so since we already know this SAP was the earlier framework which was recommended during the SAP ECC implementation or the earlier implementation. Now it's the SAP Activate, which will be uh, the primary or the go-to framework for SAP, all the SAP implementation by SAP, and it will be an like now SAP no longer recommends this SAP launch or SAP ASAP methodology, and SAP has each version like separate methodology for all the implementation. For system conversion, they have separate. For SAP launch and on-premise methods, they have different. New implementation, they have a different SAP methodology, and for landscape transformation, that is for CFIN is part of the landscape transformation. So for this, and they have a separate methodology. Again, you can find the improvements and implementations, like what are the additions which were not included in the SAP launch or ASAP, but main improvements, I think we discussed couple of them already, that the inclusion of best practices and model company codes. You will have the agile project delivery. So whenever, let's say that you find something in the realize phase, you find that okay, we have missed one gap which was not included in the prepare phase. You can always go from here to here and again for those gaps only, and then you can do the same step. So this prepare to realize phase is kind of an iterative approach. Prepare to deploy phase also you can include, because if you have already implemented something and there you find gap, so this phase can be an iterative approach, so where you go back and forth on the gaps till the implementation is complete. So it's an agile methodology. Again, the cycles have reduced. Fit gap blueprints also SAP is by it's provided, but it's not, again it's up to the client and consultants to use, or how, or the way to identify the gaps with the standard process. In this part we've already discussed, so this PPT will also be provided to you. You can get it. If you have any questions, we can discuss again in the next session. Any questions from this SAP Activate framework? If there are no questions, let me go back to SAP and show some of the configs. So coming to this, so as we discussed in this realize phase and deploy phase, we will have the reconciliation of the line items or the comparison, whether how will we let me include the T codes as well. So you have all this reconciliation available where you can compare the count of the document item, whether if let's say 100 documents are posted, how many will be posted in, how many are posted, how many are not posted, that you can see. In this T code, you can find the documents at the balance level as well, like it will compare not only it will compare the GL account and the debit and credit line items. Systems are not connected, so you'll not get to see the output, but this is the parameters which you can execute to compare the data. So your source system will be nothing but your RFC connection for whichever source system you're using. So in this case, we'll be using ID8 system. You will provide the logical system name. Here you will give the source system. So let's say that the company code mapped is 1000 in source system, and in central finance system it is mapped to 1001. So here you need to provide the company code. Again, these are the optional fields. You need to only provide the logical system, but the time taken to execute the reports will vary based on the data and based on the selection parameters what you have given here. So it's recommended that you fill to the specific how much you can for the reporting purpose for comparing the reports. So let's say that if you are comparing the initial load, so you can just give the entry date in which you have performed those initial load cycles. So let's say you have run the initial load on 5th of September, so you can give from 4th till 7th the entry date. If you want to compare a periodic values in the, let's say you are working on the run phase and you want to compare the values for a particular period, whether for this current month end when the month end closing is going on, whether everything has been implement each of the document has posted or not. Let me try to run anything, but when these are mostly self-explanatory reports that you need to perform give the parameters as per the requirement or as per the comparison which you want to make, and the same will be you can get the value. So here you will get this. Yeah, so the output will be in this format. So here you can see this, there are total of these many documents posted in source system. So I did not give any parameters, out of which in central finance nothing is posted. There are no errors also in AIF, and everything is not in central finance. So this document basically it will show that nothing has been triggered from source system to SLT system, which has to come in central finance. So basically what you will get to know is that these documents are not part of the logging table or not part of the SLT. So if you click here, you will get to see the you will see the document details in the output, that what are the documents which has not been posted, and if required, like if it is part of the scope, then you can decide whether you want to implement it or not. Any questions? Similarly, you can get the same details for other as well. So this will come if you want to see only the error. So this line item is one, this additional parameter also. If you want to see only the errors, so that let's say there are 100 GL accounts in the source system and you want to know how many GL accounts there is a mismatch. So in that case, you can just select the field with errors, and then you will be able to see the reconciliation mismatches only, and then based on that the output you can reconcile to fix the errors, like only the like why the balance mismatch is coming. So primarily what will happen is that if there is a mismatch on, I will just say about the major reasons why the mismatch could happen. So one is that there are documents yet to be replicated. So that you will find in the comparison reports. So first one. Second one could be if you are using parallel ledger approach. So in source there will be a different strategy, in central finance there will be a different strategy for posting. So in that case, uh, there can be some error in the way ledger is derived or something. So that could be one reason. If you are comparing in the group currency, so in this case source system will replicate that data, it will copy the exchange rate based on what you have posted in the source document. But for group currency, it might be that in source it's not being used and in central finance only it will be used. So for that, it could be in some cases the reason could be the exchange rate maintained in the central finance is different from what it is in the source. So in that case, for group currency and other additional currencies which are part of S4HANA finance only, so that it will pick based directly from the central finance system based on the exchange rate. But for others, it will pick based on the postings which has been done in the source system. So let's say if it has been posted with exchange rate 1:10 in the source system, it will for document currency, local currency, it will take that 10 only as the rate. But if the same has been maintained as 11 in the central finance for group currency, so it will take for group currency conversion, it will take that rate. So these are some mismatches which is at least we get in the starting phase, where we identify the root causes or this configuration gaps also. And because these gaps might not come under the consistency checks as well. Again, this temporary postings. So this is a new feature by SAP. Let's for posting temporary entry to reconcile the month end closing. So it is similar to what you can say is that let's say that for a particular period, let's say for its period, August period when the closing happened, there were a total of 100 documents posted in the source system, out of which 10 did not get posted into central finance due, and these are in AIF errors. So what will happen is that once you execute the temporary posting program, so corresponding to that 10 document, central finance will create an temporary entry into the central finance with the same values. It will copy the values and temporary GL accounts from the config, and it will post the entries into central finance. And once those documents you fix the errors at later point of time into central finance into the and those documents are posted in CFIN, then this temporary postings will automatically get reversed as soon as the documents are getting posted. So if you want to compare, like, so if you want to include the temporary posting while performing the reconciliation or not, that also you can uh, perform here. In GL FI balances, it is similar to line item balances, but it will check at the GL account level. Again, this will be used to compare the clearing status. Again, these are like line item to line item comparison for all the GL account customer vendors, whether what there can be some cases where if especially if the central payment is not activated, and you need to check whether if S document is cleared in source system, it must be cleared in the central finance system as well, and vice versa. So to perform that, you can use this comparison report to check if the clearing status is matching or not. Especially like there can be few cases where it is not matching. One is that if the central if the payment document, once you clear it and the clearing document is not yet replicated, one could be that it has been reset in the central finance system as well. So earlier, like till 2020 version, you could reset the document in central finance system, but from 2021 onwards, SAP has restricted to reset any document using FBRA in the central finance system, but still you can do it in the debug mode or via the custom solution. So if there is any mismatch coming due to those reasons, you can use this comparison reports uh, to check the mismatch, and then you can analyze those documents why the mismatch is happening, and based on that you can take the necessary action. Coming to accounting document, again we have same thing, so we can compare the count of CO documents which has been posted in source versus central finance. So this will be comparing your COBK to COBK. Again, this notes are missing primarily it seems, but yes, so here you can see the COBK versus COBK status, like how many documents have been posted in source system or your source ERP, and how many has been replicated to central finance. One more thing that you need to be aware is that this comparisons you can do primarily for the documents which are coming from your SAP ERPs. Like for non-SAP ERP, this comparison reports will not work as intended. So for that, you need to define custom logic for reconciliation of the documents. Because as we said, for uh, non-SAP ERPs, the system like SAP is starting the replication from the staging tables, and it is not accessing the source systems directly via RFC module. So that is the reason this comparison reports will not give the desired result for non-SAP ERPs, and you might need to customize to compare. Again, coming to consistency check. So again, here you can give the system, and here in this check group, okay, there is nothing configured, but okay, let me check if something else is okay. Nothing is configured, but okay. So what will happen is under this check group, you can define like what all consistency checks you want to check. So under this you will have options whether you want to configure, you want to check only the config data, you want to check the master data. So under that you want to check the consistency for tax, etc. So when you click on this check group, you will have a lot of options where you need to select what all things you want to compare. Let's say that you have only done your configuration and you want to check whether whatever config and mapping you have done for that configuration objects, whether that is correct or not. So you can check only that particular config objects, and if there is any mismatch, you can fix that first before going to moving to master data. So you should keep running this consistency checks once you have uh, done a particular set of configuration, so that if there is a mismatch, you can fix that immediately rather than doing it at the end once you are done with all the configs, and then you find out that okay, there are some basic settings which we have done it incorrectly, or there are some mismatches on those. Again, you can compare even for that particular source system, you can compare on the source system company code. As if you don't give any company code, it will compare for all the company codes. But let's say that if you are implementing partially, then you should give the source company code as well. Again, we are more worried about the errors and what errors only, because whatever is correct, we don't need to check. So if you want to check only errors, you can just select this. If you want to show everything, like including whatever is configured correctly, so that you want to know what are the settings are correct and what are the mismatches, so you can unselect this box. So these are like mainly from the comparison and consistency check perspective to check for the config objects and master data object whether everything has been configured correctly or not. So this will be your AIF screen. So this will be the error handling tool. So if you have any documents which is not posted, or even the ones which are posted at also, you can see here. So if you currently this will be blank because we don't have anything in the logging table, but once we have the data starts coming into the system, you can monitor those documents, how it has been posted, and what's if there is anything wrong and you want to correct it, or you want to fix the errors. So this will be the one point in the central finance where all FICO and cost objects will be coming into this particular T code. So here you can give the interface versions. So if you want to select for accounting document, you need to go for the AC doc, this one interface. If you want to go for SU document, you will have this up. Again, you can configure. It's not that this is the only option, like only this interface which you have to follow throughout, or this is the only thing. No, you can, if you want to create your own interface, you can still do that to monitor this FI document coming from the scope of the project. If you want to configure it, no, this should be fin CFAC doc 2, or if you want ZAC doc 2, anything you can configure, but this must be configured, or the standard one should be used if you want to monitor the replication of the document and error handling. So again, with each you will have different parameters. So here you can give, these are the data which you will find in the CFIN CCS table. So if you can filter additionally using the filter to get the error monitoring only for those particular selection criteria. Then you can filter by date, and will be you can say that unique identifier. Let's say that for similar to accounting document, we have company code, fiscal year, and document number as unique identifier for any particular document. Similar to for AIF or for the central finance, we have GUID, which will be a unique identifier for any document. So you can find only one GUID per one trigger. So if you want to, you can trigger the same document again and again. So it will create multiple GUIDs for the same document. So this GUID will be unique per database trigger. So if you document is triggered once, it will create for that particular timestamp, it will create one unique GUID. And with comparison to that, you can monitor in this error handling tool whether this document has been posted or not, if it is into error, what error it is. Again, you will have the status, whether it is in processed, whether it is processed with manual, means without any errors or with warnings and errors. And again, if you, let's say that you there is one document which is coming from source system and you don't want that particular document in the central finance, so you can cancel that document, so it will not be a part of your central finance system. Again, coming to this emergency correction, again this is a powerful feature which is provided by SAP. Ideally we should not use unless there are some corrections required. SAP does not recommend to use it frequently, and only when there are some, you encounter some error which you want to update on the go. So this, you can see that if you click emergency correction, and so if there is an error, you will have the data GUID, and under this tab you will find the item information and also what are the data which is coming from source system. So in this item information, it will have the data from the CFIN SACIT table, or it will be have the similar data what will be posted in the central finance system. So in those cases, let's say you want to modify that particular thing. Let's say that you have posted a document in source system, and in central finance it went into error that document type is not configured. Let's say you have used a custom document type in source system, let's say starting with Z. So in standard, that document type will not be there in the central finance system. So you have two options in that case to resolve that error. Either you create a new document type into the central finance system with the particular ZB, or you map it to a different document type. But and the third option is that you change the document type on the fly in this particular AIF as well for the one time. So it will, whatever you change the value in this particular item information tab, so that will be updated in the document, and this will be a one time thing only. It will not update any mapping, it will not create any new document type, rather it will update what is in the standard mapping.
Hey guys, just a quick info. ZaranTech offers training for SAP S4HANA Central Finance. This course instructs professionals on how to optimize financial processes, streamline accounting and reporting, improve data quality, and support budgeting and forecasting. Thousands have already used this program to advance their SAP careers. Like those who have shared their success stories on ZaranTech's YouTube channel, their testimonials demonstrate how this course can boost SAP skills. In just a few weeks, you can gain the knowledge needed to leverage SAP S4HANA Central Finance. This can open doors to new jobs opportunity or help you excel in your current role. The ZaranTech SAP Central Finance training distills a complex topic into a clear insights and actionable skills. Visit the link below to learn more about ZaranTech's SAP S4HANA Central Finance course. Getting started now.
Hey guys, welcome to today's session. So today primarily we will be discussing on the source system setup part. Like we'll understand how the source system is technically ready, what are the settings which we need to do in the source system, and we'll also try to configure a separate company code with along with posting few data in order to prepare for the same data to be migrated to central finance in both as part of initial load and via real-time replication. So let me share my screen. So coming to central finance, we need to first check whenever we are starting with the source system, we need to first make sure that central finance is technically activated in the source system as well as in the central finance system, which is the S4HANA instance. So for our ECC system or source system, we will be using ID8 system, and for central finance, we will be using S4H system. So make a note of that whenever we are using these systems, so that you understand which settings which we are doing. Although I will be telling which system we are using, you can take a note if there is a confusion. So first, in order to make sure, you need to check the T codes
CFIN IMG. So CFIN will be for the SAP menu node, and CFIN IMG for the configuration nodes. So CFIN T code will only be available in the target system. So in source system, if central finance is not activated, so in this case, from here, this node will get to know whether it is activated or not. Sometimes, even though it's activated and you are not able to see this configuration, so you can directly go to SM30 and use this table vCFIN underscore source underscore set. So from CFIN perspective, this is the only configuration which we will need to do in source system. Any other thing which we need to do in source system will be either via cookbook implementation for customizations or in the form of technical notes which will be done by technical team.
Please pick the table name here in the chart.
Yes, this I will include in the presentations as well.
So this is the first step of which we need to do, right? In the source system.
Yes. So this is the first step. Means from technical perspective, you need to do only this config, but based on what you will come to decide what will be the entries maintained. So those like what will be the data scoping and all, and that additional part will be in the scope. But as far as configuration is considered, we will only be doing this configuration. So in this you will maintain all the company codes which you need to implement for the central finance activation, or like for which you want the replication to happen, or for which basically you consider whichever company code are in scope that you want to, that you will need to configure here. Then only it will be picked by the SLT for the replication, and also we can perform initial load on this table only. So let me explain a little bit more about this table, and but before that, let me explain the why this table is required or why this config is required. So whenever we say real-time replication, which means that this will be discussing only about the SAP to SAP system connection, because as we discussed yesterday, like non-SAP system, it's a complete different approach, only how the data is stored. So in real-time replication, like whenever any accounting document is posted, it has to trigger to central finance. But before that, we will need initial load. Or what you can say is, if business is saying that we need to have the data from historical postings as well, otherwise you will not have the balance matching between the source system and central finance system. So in order to reconcile the data perfectly, we will need to have the data from historical data as well as. In this, my business can have multiple requirements. So let's discuss about the initial load first. So let's say we are implementing central finance in 2023, like from, or we can say that it's already September. So we can say, okay, from 1st of Jan, we will be starting the real-time replication if you're working on a current project. So now there can be, so what should be done to the data which has been posted until 2023, or what will happen to the data which has been posted until, let's say, on 31st December 2023. So here client is saying that whatever in this, either you can load the balances, like let's say your consolidated balances at the GL level, or you can choose to replicate the complete document as well for historical documents. So let's say if client is saying that I want to have, okay, maintain one more tab here, balances, and then line items. So for 2019, since it's an old posting and most probably they don't need the line item or the complete document, they just need the balances. So balances we need, line items not required. For 2020 also, again it is completely, we need to discuss with client how they want the data to happen, and similar way we will configure in the that particular table. So for 2020 as well, they want my balances should be loaded, or it should be Y. So I'll put it as yes, no, and they don't want the line items. For 2021, from 2022 onwards, they want to load both the balances as well as the complete document also. and from 2021 it will be real-time replication. So with this, automatically you will have balances as well as the line items, that is the complete documents replicated. So now coming to only these parts, how we can ensure that these balances are replicated, or whenever the system should pick the data based on this client requirement or based on this requirement. Again, this can vary. Client can choose that, okay, I want balances directly from until 2023, and from 2024 I want all the data, or they can go ahead with any number of years. But the longer the years, like let's say if they decide to take all the documents from last 5 years at line item level and not at the balance level, then the data volume will be huge for initial load. Plus, it may take longer time to perform the initial load or to perform those data postings into central finance. So it is critical that we consider the data volume as well while deciding this, and to decide the timelines as well, like to estimate an approx time, how much time it could take to perform those postings. So is this requirement clear? Like GL one, like there will be a lot of GLs as per the financial statement structure. So let's say we have these multiple GLs. So in this, I will take for any 1 year. Yes, we'll be starting with the configuration part as well today from the source system perspective. I think someone was asking for this initial load. So what our approach is, that we'll understand this table, and then we'll create one source config from scratch, and then we will post few documents before starting the system connection. So that will be treated as our historical line items. Then we'll do this configuration, post which it should start the real-time replication. So that is the approach which I was thinking to start with, because if you start directly with the initial load group, you will have to use the existing database data from sandbox system, and we don't know how the source, how the company codes are configured. So again, that will be a mess to understand the because that sandbox data will not be of good quality, or you can say that the same quality, or will not understand the configurations which were done in the sandbox system, because it might have been done for some other users for practice purpose. But maybe I can show in system if it has giving any data. So what I was trying to say, so until now what we are discussing here is completely from the source data. We have not included anything on the CFIN part. So it's only that whatever data is in the source system or in your existing ERP, what should be the treatment of it in to be scenario in CFIN. So if you see this particular company code, so at the end of 2023, you have these many balances, and you will be starting the replication from 2024. So how client wants to treat these balances, whether they should load one manual JV or direct one, it should be loaded as part of balance, that okay, this GL account 14 zeros have this account balance of 3000 only, so it will be posted as one document, or whether you want to post these documents as the complete document how it was posted. Whether for this GL, let's say whether you want to post this document separately as the whole, it was posted in the source system, or you want to post this particular GLs as only one entry. So if it is 5, 6, 7 GLs, so there will be 6, 7 document posting with the help of a technical account or migration account. So this table talks about this only when we are saying whether we want to load balances or we want to load the line items.
So this will be decided by the client, right?
Yes. So this will be decided by client along after analyzing the data volume as well. Let's say that some client will have deadline of like, okay, they keep their open items for 2 years or 3 years. After that, anything they don't are usually not cleared or something. So in that case, yeah, usually like up till 2 years, they will try to have the open items. But again, it's up to the client after checking the data volume. Okay. Yes. So once client has decided on this, that what will be what is the approach or what is the data years which they want to replicate as balance or the line items, then we'll configure that in that CFIN source table. If we go here, so here, let's say when we include our new company code, let me include a new entry. So let's say that we want to do for 001. Then here, this first tab will be for from which year we want to start transferring the balances. So in this case, the client is showing that, okay, from 2019, we want to have the balances. So again, if you see this example from 2019, 2021, they just want the balances. So it will just upload the end of year balances. So they can directly start from 2021 also or 2020 also. Like for 3 year continuously, they might not need what is the end of year balances. So let's say that here they have said that, okay, from 2019, they want balances. So here, from this, the system will understand it will just calculate the end of year balances and then it will upload GL wise. So for this particular postings, whatever will happen, let's say for this document, it is posted as the balances. So for 2019. So once you double click on those documents, you will not be able to drill down to the document level, what all like from where these balances originated. You'll be able to just see that, okay, this GL account has this much balance at the end of 2019, but will not be able to drill back to the documents which caused this balance in the source system or in the central finance system. Here you will maintain documents. So if we see here, documents they want from 2022. Okay. So once they say like this scenario cannot happen, that they want balance line item in one and next year they don't want. So from the year which they start line item until next year, like it should have both balances as well as line item. So from 2022, they want both balances as well as line items. Here it is the from which period they want to start. So again, from 2021, it's not mandatory they have to start from the period 1 of their fiscal year only. They can choose any period from which they want to start the line items. So let's say we want from September. So we can maintain 9. This skip periods is nothing but, let's say that whenever we are posting a document or whenever this new documents are posted, so and it will be replicated immediately to the central finance system via SLT. In that case, the GUIDs which are generated in the holding table, once the document is posted, we don't need it. Technically, ideally, if we say that, okay, my document is posted, we don't need it, and it can be deleted. But in some cases, let's say that if you want to repost those documents, if something is wrong, so you will need that GUID to retrigger the document, and that we'll discuss again in future. But so this period table, it keeps like for how many months that data should be kept before it deletes from those holding tables. So let's say we'll keep 3 months. Again, we'll configure this once we configure our company codes. And this GL reconciliation settings. So this we only need. So if we come back to here, we discussed that, okay, there are 3 type of replications happening. One is my CO postings. FICO postings, and then cost objects. So CO postings are nothing but which are pure CO transactions, like secondary CO postings, you can say. FICO postings are FI postings plus FI postings which trigger the CO postings. You can say all the primary cost postings will be part of FICO postings. Cost objects will be the cost master data. So this, let's say you have, so all these three you have separately have the options to activate the replication, or you can choose not to. So in case you are not replicating this CO posting, then only you need to configure this table. If you are activating both CO as well as FI, this reconciliation check is not required. And this initial load finished is for once you are done with initial load, and then you need to check this checkbox. So this is again for technical reason, so that no one else, like again repeat after the initial load is finished, system will not allow you to do the initial load once again. Again, this package size will be used for how many packages it will be using for while performing the batch jobs, and also again this will be either you can check with base system how much package are available and how much we can use it. Okay, so we'll not save this and we'll proceed ahead with the configuration for our source systems, because then system will not understand like from which date it has to transfer the balance and from which date it needs to start the replication. So even though it's S4HANA and you want to migrate everything, so instead if you want to leave it blank or if you don't want to perform the initial load, SAP recommends an option for blank load. So in that you choose a period which is in future and it does not have any transactions. So from that it will just complete the initial load as technically completed, and then you can start with the real-time replication if you want to start right from scratch. Data we are loading directly in CFIN only. This table is just to let SLT know from which date it has to pick which dates are the historical line items should be posted, and from which date it should directly update the postings, like whenever it is happening. Let's say that you activate, give that date as period 9. So whatever is posted from today onwards, the system will hit it directly based on the trigger based approach of the SLT, that at once whenever the document is posted, it will store it directly, and whatever document has been posted till August, it will load into a batch of everything at once, and those will be pushed to central finance system. So,
Okay.
so this is just to extract the data so that the balances are reconciled before you start the real-time replication, or whenever you post a new document, it should be it will be going to central finance. So it is just to differentiate between what has been posted, because we were configuring an ECC system, and there we are not changing anything from the process perspective, that what has to be changed. So business will post as usual the document. On postings we are not changing anything. So we just inform the system, okay, from this date I want all the data migrated in one go, and from this date I want the system to immediately trigger a replication whenever any document is posted.
Okay.
Now we'll try to start with the separate configuration for our company code, so that a new company code, so that once you practice you can also start with the configuration of new company codes, and then similar structure we will follow in mapping and all as well. Source, central finance. So today we'll try to configure the source part. Once we start with the central finance, similarly we'll create and we will perform the mapping. So in source, let's say that company code, we'll try to configure with one company code, central finance source 1. Again, we will be doing the configurations which are necessary, and if possible, wherever we will use the uh, standard configs also. We will not define any company. We can directly start with company code. If you want, you can start with the company as well, but since company as of now we don't need it. So new entries, CFS1, central finance C1, city, can take anything. I will take 0. Yen. Will maintain the global parameter also parallelly. Okay, chart of account will create of our own so that we know what are the structures we are creating. Country chart of account not required. Fiscal year variant, again we can create, but we'll use the standard one. Fiscal year variant and posting period variant also we can use standard, which is proposed by SAP 0001. Then we'll create, again function area if required we will use the standard one. We'll go ahead with controlling. Before that, let me create chart of accounts. So we'll create CFS1. Same, we'll try to create the same naming convention for CFS1. Maintenance language English. Length will keep. Group chart of account we don't need as of now. Later if we need we will use it in the central finance. Again, define account groups. We'll create new entries. CFS1. We'll create 2 BS 2 only to keep the process simplified for this. Sorry, I think SAP got locked out. onto BS. Here we'll give balance sheet and profit and loss. Number range also we can give 1000 to 2999 and then 1000.
I think the balance sheet, both the same only, name convention.
Okay. Profit and loss. So we'll also keep maintaining here so that we need to remember while performing the mapping in central finance system. Then we'll assign retained earning account. So here we have not yet created any accounts, but still we'll create a statement account type, and once we have created the GL accounts, we'll come back and assign to it. It will give you a warning, but that is fine. Then we'll come back to create the controlling area as well. Same as company code, currency type 10, currency euro. We'll keep same as this one. Hierarchy, we'll create one new here itself. Okay, we have not assigned the chart of account. So we'll create the standard hierarchy with this, then we'll go with the assignment and assign it back to our company code. We'll go ahead and activate from 2020 or 2021 so that if we want to do any back postings, we can still do it to test for initial load replication or something. So, and then we'll activate cost center and order management as of now. And then whenever like we keep the situations complicated, if any required, we can go ahead and activate the additional components as well. Get saved. So we'll maintain we'll copy the number ranges as well for this controlling area. We'll copy from standard one which is delivered by SAP 0001. Sorry, I took opposite one. So now you can see the number ranges defined. We'll go back to financial accounting. Groups we have created. Then we will create one new document type also, just to check the treatment of custom document type in central finance. So again, this is even with existing document types, we can do the mapping and all. But again, so ESA, well, let's say create a document type CF. Just everything we can keep the same. I will change the description. CFIN. Just why SAP is crashing today. Not sure if it was saved or not. Let's check. It's not saved, so I'll create. Nitin, can you check with vendor why the SAP is crashing today? Actually, yesterday it was working.
Sure, sir. Can you show me the error?
I think I went past it, but it was showing it SAP GUI crashed.
Okay.
Okay,
In
if it comes
between,
next time, yes.
sorry?
Yeah, if it comes again, I will take the print screen and I will share
Sure,
with you.
sure, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the document type. Then what we'll need tolerance groups. So let's configure that as well. User tolerance. We have done with the ledgers again. If required, we'll create ledgers also to test the multi-ledger scenarios. But as of now, we will not create any new ledgers. But later, or we can create and we'll assign ones. So CFIN ledger. Total table will always be Faggle Flex T. Will take time because once we create ledger, it will generate many additional tables. So Usually it takes time when we create ledgers or activate a new ledger. So parallelly, while it's activated, we can create few GL accounts. Let's say we'll create one. This one, let's say we create our balance sheet account. Create, let's say, bank account. Can give 205, which is usually used for bank accounts. Line item display will keep so that okay. Then we'll keep one P&L account as well. Saved. Okay, it's saved. P&L we can keep any replacement account or any expense account we can keep. I'll keep the same description. Can use field status group page. We can take the general one for field status. Okay, this is P&Ls. Will create the cost element as well. So I think we had our controlling area from 2021. So same we will take. Cost element category 1. So this I'm not explaining much because I think you're already aware most of it's are ECC settings for the new company code creation. Okay, this is done. Again, coming back to config. Okay, GL accounts, which one we created, I forgot. So GL account, maybe you can maintain separately as well if there are lots. So because again, this list will need to map. So here I'm just giving 1 to GL accounts only for our basic remembering. But when we do the mapping, we'll take directly from the SKB1 tables, etc. Okay, then coming to, I think we can post one document and correspondingly we'll get the errors and then we'll parallelly fix it. So give document date as today's date. Then GL account we can take 1000. Oh, company code we need to change. It seems there is some. Okay, let's complete the. Let's try to post via page. Okay, yes, tolerance group we need to maintain. So let's go back to config. We need under this group employees. There should be at least one tolerance group. We'll try to copy one with the blank. Let's save it. Come back to this. Okay, 5 number range also we have not done, it seems. So let's copy this again from standard. Okay, copied. Let's check again. Code is CFS1. Seems plant upload is active. Check the company config. We have not given.
So we can change company code.
Yes. Okay, yes. Again, we have not created cost centers. We will get some errors for that activation. So we'll do subsequently. So second GL account was again, we'll give value date as same date. Requires an assignment to C object. So we will activate the ENPCA component. Controlling profit center accounting. 6 setting. So here we will activate things. So here we will, before we create, we need to activate this.
Okay, so standard hierarchy we can keep same as this one. We'll keep same as controlling area currency. Should be euro. And we can profit center group. We'll assign CFS1. Currently only it is assigned to one company code, it will be there. Then we'll go back and activate it. Then we'll create a cost center. Give same cost center name as well, or maybe you can give a naming convention. Again, we'll segregate this into multiple functions. So we'll keep it as admin costs for laptop. Person responsible, again we'll keep it as manager. Cost center category. Can keep it as sales or admin. Hierarchy will keep same which we created while creating controlling area. Currencies same as my company code and controlling area currency, which is euro. Here we can keep the one which we created. Give the cost center. Okay. Test CFIN document. Rather test CFIN initial load. There's no item category. Okay, new GL account. Assignments are missing. So let's go back. Financial accounting new. General ledger, business transactions. Document types are already classified, so we'll include the GL accounts. So 1000 till 2000, I guess, right? For balance sheet. Let me check. And we'll create it as balance sheet. Again from 3000 to 399. Keep it as revenue. From 4 till 493 expense. Again under balance sheet, as and when required, we'll change the item category assignment to come back. Incorrect column.
Okay, so we have the document posted. Okay. Then for the document number, let me check in BSig. Did not create any new additional master data, right? I think this is the list as of now. Now coming back to, if we see about the central finance part, like whether ideally our expectation is this should be treated as part of my initial data. So currently there should not be any data in the central finance staging tables. I think as we discussed yesterday as well regarding the central finance package, which will give us the complete information of what are the data implemented. So let's go back to again. So here, if you see here under this package, CFIN integration package, you can see all the components or all the details which will be in central finance in the source system. Like for the central finance package in the source system, like what are programs were generated, what are, so these programs are not required to us. So what are the transactions code which has been generated? So as you see here, it's only one T code, CFIN IMG, and these two. Then what is important for us is the tables which got generated, and we need to understand how those tables will be updated. So as of now, if we see for the document which we posted, these two tables should be of our use when we need to have the data. So currently, since we have not activated any settings for central finance replication, this table should ideally be blank for our company code. So if you go back and check this document, here you will not find company code if I remember correctly. So if you need to have the company code details or the document details, you need to check in CFIN ACCIT table, which will store your line item information. So in this you can find all the line item details and the company code. So here if you search for code, and if we give our company code, you will not find any data updated yet. Now we'll do some logistic settings as well today, so that once we post any documents with reference to PO or sales order in future, that will also help in creating those structures. Okay, again moving back to SPRO. So maybe once you are practicing, you can create your own company codes so that you can check all the settings in parallel for everything, like so that you can check your initial replication, mapping, etc., which are specific to your company code. Then this package will be important for you, for us as a functional consultant, to only understand what are the changes which have come, or what are the packages, what are the tables or programs. If we need to find any, this we can find directly here. No need for us to remember what are the tables in source system, what are the tables in central finance system, because if we check the table itself in CFIN, it will be much more than what is being stored here. So whenever we need anything, we can just come back and check here for the tables, for the relevant tables which we need, and then we can see. If you are not able to see this package in, like whenever you're working on any client projects or something, so that means central finance component is not activated yet, and you need to get in touch with the technical consultants to get those SAP notes activated if it is below ECC 6.6 and there is a consulting notes, and if it is after ECC 6.6, they can just activate the central finance component after updating, like implementing few notes which are already provided by SAP. No need to raise the consulting notes for those. Okay. Any questions till now or here for whatever we discussed? Then coming back to logistics part config, we will need plant. Sorry. In inventories, we'll create CF S1. Plant for plant 1 for country code D. We are trying to keep the same naming convention so that it is easier for us to remember while mapping. Otherwise, we'll keep forgetting the names what we have created. So that's why wherever possible, I'm keeping the same name as the company code. Again, wherever we are plant, we'll need division. So we can either use the existing division or we can create a new one. For us, CF. CFIN. Then from sales org perspective, we'll need to define sales organizations. Again, I will create a new one. CFS1. So for CF currency, it is euro. Same goes for distribution channel. Either we can use any standard or we can create our new one. We'll create a new one. Distribution channel for CF1. Sales office and sales group are optional. So for customers will and vendors will use the standard account group. So if it is mandatory, we'll create at that time. Else we will skip creation of sales office and sales group. For material management, we'll create one storage location for our plant. If S1 a new entry, we'll create same SL for okay. We'll create storage location. It might not be required for mapping, but still we'll keep it here so that if required, we will have the data. purchase org also will create a CFS1. I think that's all from the creation perspective. Yeah, shipping point we will need. So we'll create shipping point also. CFS1 only. Take Germany factory calendar, the default one. Shipping point. CFS storage. I think that's all from the assignment part. Let's go back to assignment. This we have already done. From controlling part also we have done. We'll assign plant to company code.
We'll create sales areas.
CFS1 to our division. And set up sales area. You can let me know if any separate explanation is required, because these are basic settings. So that's why so if any explanation is required on those configurations or why we are doing it, please feel free to ask. First one, our division distribution channel was CF. Again, sales area and sales office are optional fields. It can be mandated in field status variant, but usually the sales office and sales area is optional field from logistics perspective. Still running. Till then, let me check if SLT settings are done or not. Don't see. Detective, still we have errors. Should usually not take this much time, but it seems it's taking some time to open this node. We'll do similar configuration from the side as well. So this is almost with this config, it will be completed from the SD side. Then we'll do the same assignments from the side, and then we'll create materials, and then we can start in tomorrow's session with logistics documents posting. And once that is done, we'll come back to the central finance configs. Hopefully by then SLT connections will also be established, so we can go ahead with the replication and all. Meanwhile, the configuration is opening. Any questions till now, like from today's session or even from earlier sessions? Maybe you can take those up. Still opening. So let's assign purchasing org to company code. This we'll have from side shipping point to plant assignment. And then we'll until we do this config, the shipping points will not be visible for assignment here. So here we can assign our shipping point to this plant. Back. Select our shipping point. This roughly covers our configs from the basic enterprise structure perspective. Then we'll go back and create a material for which again we'll get some errors which we'll try to fix in the runtime. When we runtime imagine whenever we are creating, we'll get it and we'll resolve it. I think that this will be the topic for we'll create a material CFS1 material 1. We'll take our cost centers and all were related to laptops, so we can either take it as retail or electronics. Material type finished product. Create basic data, sales org data, purchasing, and accounting views. Plant is CFS1. So yes, we'll get, because this we have not configured this. So we will maintain the activate the company codes here. This one will maintain same as our controlling area settings 2021. Add one. Allow back postings will do. I think we need to come back. Base unit of measure we can give test material. Group. Next we can take into sales org, division CF. Output tax will maintain 0 tax. Minimum order quantity and delivery quantity will not maintain as of now. Maintain as daily requirement. Transportation group will give anything. When these configs are required only in configuring in deriving the route and time taken when we create a sales order. So from financial from as long as FI part is considered, this is not required. We'll be just using this information to create the sales order, and once the goods issue and goods receipt are done, goods issue, goods receipt, and then once we create the invoices, then we are only worried about how those FI documents are treated into staging tables and in the central finance. So this config basically we are doing to have those reference data which we want from the central finance perspective. Valuation class we can take 7920. I think that's all. We have created all the basic setting. Anything you guys think which we have missed and we should create any master data? Otherwise, from tomorrow onwards, we'll be creating logistics data and then we'll start with the CFIN setup.
Hey guys, just a quick info. ZaranTech offers training for SAP S4HANA Central Finance. This course instructs professionals on how to optimize financial processes, streamline accounting and reporting, improve data quality, and support budgeting and forecasting. Thousands have already used this program to advance their SAP careers, like those who have shared their success stories on ZaranTech's YouTube channel. Their testimonials demonstrate how this course can boost SAP skills. In just a few weeks, you can gain the knowledge needed to leverage SAP S4HANA Central Finance. This can open doors to new jobs opportunity or help you excel in your current role. The ZaranTech SAP Central Finance training distills a complex topic into a clear insights and actionable skills. Visit the link below to learn more about ZaranTech's SAP S4HANA Central Finance course. Getting started now.
So from system readiness perspective, what we do is we implement SAP notes, like it's implemented by technical team, basis and SLT. So first thing is from system replication, we need to implement first will be the activating SAP Central Finance Business Function. Again, like if you are using S4HANA system as source system, then no technical notes are required. The system is already pre-built and delivered, like to be used for central finance by SAP. If you are using SEC6, then SAP will provide the predefined list of notes that needs to be implemented. Which there will be one summarized note that we already discussed in the previous session. Like, so that note will contain all the list of notes that needs to be implemented. If you are using the prior versions of ECC which are out of support by SAP, then you need to create a consulting incident to SAP, and then SAP will work with the technical team to provide the list of what will be the corrections or what will be the corrective notes which needs to be implemented in your source system before system is ready for functional configuration by us. Then comes your authorization setup. Again, this will not be to be done from the FI user, but then you need to provide the authorizations for the users as per the requirement to either the business users, the consultants, as well as the SLT users and our RFC user as well, because RFC will be accessing the data from SLT and central finance system. Then third comes our source system config that there is only one config as we discussed, that is the CFIN source set table. This will be your only table that we need, only configuration that we need to maintain. We can either maintain it directly from this view. If you, no need to remember, if you forget, you just need to go to CFIN IMG, and this will be the only configuration which you will find under the general settings in the source system. So here you can maintain the same. Again, recapping of what all these fields are. So this particular field will be from which year you want to start the balance postings. So let's say that you're implementing in 2023 and you want to transfer the balances from 2020 or any prior year. So this you can choose. If you want to, like, in this field you will transfer from which year you want the complete set of documents, like line item by line item wise. So it will not just transfer the consolidated balance, rather it will transfer all the documents via initial load in the same way it is posted in source system. So for these cases, it will use a technical account to post technical offsetting account to post the balances. So one leg will be your GL account, GL account balance. The second leg of the posting will be a technical account, which will define in the central finance. If from this particular period or year, combination of these two fiscal year end period, post this period, everything will start posting as it is in the source system. So if the document is posted to two GL accounts, in the same accounts it will do the debit and credit, similar to like it will just repost whatever is posted in the source system. Again, this period is till how much time the data needs to be stored in the staging table after the data is replicated to central finance. So let's say you posted one document, it got posted to central finance via replication, but still the data will be stored in staging tables for this period is specified in this. So this the primary purpose to use this field are to keep the data, because you may argue that if the data is already replicated, why you need to keep the data and unnecessarily waste kind of system memory, because in productive system you will have a lot of documents posted and it will consume memory. So the reason is that sometimes the documents may not be posted, or there can be some inconsistencies in the posting which you may identify at later point of time, and in case you need to re-trigger those documents from the central finance system by after, let's say, you can delete those documents, or if there is any mismatch or any undesired results which you see in central finance. So if you have the data in the staging tables, so CFIN SECHD will store header data and CFIN SECIT will store the item data. So in this case, if you have the good data available in this particular table, you can re-trigger the document even if the document is posted. So if it is already posted and not deleted, you will get an error that document is already posted. If you have deleted the document, it will try to repost. So again, 2 or 3 questions which I can say which you will have frequently. One is that let's say that you are implementing in 2023 and you are transferring balances from 2020, but there can be some open items which are prior to this year 2020 as well. So how will that be treated in central finance? Because if you transfer open item, let's say customer open item as balances, so in source system you might receive the payment from customer. And so you will definitely receive, not might. So how, if we load at it as balance, then the central finance, the clearing will also fail if we just go by the logic which we discussed. So for this SAP will always transfer open items as open items in the central finance. So irrespective of what is mentioned here, if you have an open item, it will be loaded as open item. So in this case, the treatment will be something like this. So let's say that open item for balance, let's say balance we have selected as 2022 or anyone. So we have open item posting. So let's say we have one OI account which is posted with 50 euro, and then we have in the same document the other posting is non-OI account. So I will just mention credit. So in this case, what your initial load will look something like this. So it will. So in this case, like as per our config, what will happen is that you are saying system that this I want it as open item itself, that this line item I want in central finance system, because we can have a clearing on this account from the source system. So once it is cleared, so I should have the line item details for this particular open item. So in this case, it will report, but for the second account, we have informed system that we don't want this line item as standalone line item in the central finance. if there are other postings on this account, other line items with, let's say, 1000 euros, then it should just post one single line item with 1050 euro. So we need only one leg of this document in central finance system. The other leg we don't need at line item level. So for that, we'll configure technical account. So that will come when we will discuss the central finance config. But the posting will look something like this. Let's say that we have here we have selected in the like from this year. So whatever we have selected, let's say I will just for this config, if we say, so here we are saying that I want my balances like till 2020. I just want like from 2020 to 2023. I just want the balances. Let's say I have 10 GL. So and GL balances, let's say for sake of simplicity, that every GL is having 1000 euros. So here we are configuring that for each of the GLs, we just want the balance. Like in source, if it is having a balance of 1000 euro, in central finance also, I want a balance of 1000 euros. So that my balances are matching, like my trial balance is matching, and from there on I will start the replication. But out of this balance, there will be some open items also posted in source system. So open item, if you transfer it as balance, then once the clearing comes, the clearing will fail, because so in order for, so irrespective of what you configure here, that here as the balance load, that from which year you want to start balance, so it will, for open item, it will always transfer all the open items separately into central finance system. So if we come back again to this particular document only, so if this is the document and this is the config, so if this document is posted in 2020, so in that case I am saying to my system that post like this, that it will post one open item and one technical account. So let's say if on this non-Y account total balance is 1000 euro, then it will post for open item, you will have kind of this document, and for non-open item account, your posting will look something like this. Non-Y account, credit 1000, and technical account 1000. So for if you have configured this, and the posting and balances is like this, but let's say the same document, if you post it in 2023, so in this case in central finance also it will replicate same way, like based on what is the mapping you have done, in same way it will be replicated. So if it is balance, it will replicate like this. If it is either documents or initial time real time replication, it will replicate the same document which has been posted. Let's say that when you are working or implementing a central finance project, you will need to test or do the POC for the documents, or whether the functionality is working correctly or not. So in that case, let's say that if you have selected such kind of configuration, or the valid configuration as per the data, what data needs to be migrated, then it will take days just to finish the initial load, and you will not be able to test the data what you want, test the functionalities rather, because in starting you will not be knowing what is the exact configuration. You will be still in the POC phase, where you need to test the functionalities before you can implement or perform the initial load. So in that case, what SAP recommends is perform an empty initial load, so that you don't post any data as part of initial load. Rather, you just start replicating the documents into central finance or in the test system via SLT, so that you can test the functionality, whether every like data is coming via SLT correctly or not, whether the data is posting to central finance as per the configs, are as per the desired configs or not, basically to test the functionalities, or when you are working in the POC phase. So you should always perform an empty initial load, so that you can test the replication and your CFIN configuration, whether that is coming as per what you have discussed in the scope or the fit gap analysis, if there is any custom development. during the testing phase. So this checkbox you should not do if you are doing your CO replication as well. So this checkbox, if you have selected, it will transfer the postings which are originating from FI to CO or CO to FI. So let's say that you post one CO document which is triggering an FI document. So if you do that, it will not transfer it separately. It will transfer the CO document as well separately. But ideally what happens is once the FI document is posted or once the CO document is posted, if a follow-on document needs to be posted, like once, like if you are posting a FI document and primary cost element, it will generate a CO document as well. So once it gets posted as a FI document, so that FI document will trigger a CO posting into central finance directly. So it will not replicate those follow-on postings from source to CFIN. So this part you should only activate if you are not activating the CO replication. So if CO replication is being activated, you should never check this. Or we should never, this GL reconciliation flag should not be active. So this is your ECC system. This is your S4. So apart from your GL reconciliation tab, everything else is same only. You again click on this F1, you will get more information. So as it said, like only like CO2FI postings which are triggered. If you are not replicating those, so because via your CO postings, you are only kind of transferring the CO posting. All the primary CO postings are going via this FI itself. So as we discussed, I guess in during this lecture when we discussed, so all the secondary CO postings will replicate via CO monitor. All the FI postings and the primary cost element postings which are originating, it will be going via FI monitor. So this postings, like let's say if you're posting a CO and it is triggering an FI document as well. So it is basically whether how you want to treat those kind of postings. So in case like if you go by what will be the difference if we check and if we don't check and CO is not activated. So let's say if CO is activated, then what will happen is if CO is activated, your CO document will get posted to central finance via the CO monitor, and that CO document will trigger again the FI document as per the configuration of central finance. But if you have not checked and your CO monitor is not active, so in that case what will happen is your CO document will trigger an FI document in source system. But since you are not transferring the CO document to central finance, that particular FI document which is generated via this CO, that will not never go to central finance. So in that case, you will have one missing documents, or those FI documents will be missing in the central finance. So that's the reason we tell system separately whether uh, we need those documents or not. Means FI documents we will need, but how will they go? If CO is activated, it will directly push to the central finance via that particular CO document. If it is not, CO document is not activated, we need to manually send. Like manually send means if you don't check, it will trigger those documents via the CFIN SSCSD table directly. Let's discuss what will be config if we need to perform an empty initial load, because again that will be critical in your starting phase of the config itself when you are working on the POC. So in this particular case, I will just try to modify this, but will not save it. So company code you need to enter which company code you want to perform, because again all company code for testing you will check one or two company code out of a scope, and then you will only test the functionality. So company code you need to select which company code you will be working in the POC phase. Then start balances, it will be empty because you don't want to transfer any balance. You want everything to be blank. You just want to test your real-time replication functionalities. Then start document, you will choose any year in future for which replication is not like you don't have any documents in the system, because from here what we are saying to system is that start replicating the documents from this year onwards and as part of initial load. But in reality for that POC phase we don't want any documents to come in scope, so we'll take any year for which there is no posting. So I can take let's say 2025, or I can take any year in future for which there is no document. It can be 2025, 2019, 9999. So whichever year in future system allows, you can give. So there is no restriction which year you should give, immediate year or something. You can give any year. Again, period also you can give any, but ideally we can give period as 12 or something. But again, because it will start replicating from this year, this period, so it can be anything. Again, this will also be not relevant, so you can keep it either blank, or you can give, if the client has already decided for how many months they want to keep the data, you can give this as well. GL reconciliation, whether you will check it or not, again it will depend on whether CO replication is active or not. Initial load finished, this we will not keep it because we are performing empty initial load, so we will run those configs to perform the initial load, but again this is not required. So to perform, this will look something like this. So if you do a setting like this and then you run the initial load settings, so no documents will be posted and real-time replication can be activated. So in that case, it will trigger the, after that, once that initial load is done, you can perform your settings in the central finance system and the documents will flow to central finance. In this also, like what SAP recommends is like SAP recommends, like usually what we'll do is like whenever we are working on like normal S4HANA or for any project for that matter, so SAP recommends is connect quality system with the quality system, or when you are working on quality you should never touch the production data. But in this central finance scenario, what SAP recommends is connect your quality system of central finance with productive system of source, so that you will have all the data as fresh how the business is posting the documents, and then you can test it in the real time with the real time data of the project. So this is the recommendation, that you should have always your productive system from the source system. If it is whichever system the business using, connect productive system with your test system. Development system, again you can test with development, but for quality testing you should connect with productive system and then test the functionalities, perform initial load, or we can actually delete the initial load also if it is done. So that will, once we configure the CFIN system, then we'll check it. We'll go with an overview of SLT system first, like what all configuration we do. Means will not do any configuration as such as a FI consultant in the SLT, but we need to understand how the configs are done, or what are the settings which can be done, so that if required we need to provide the filters, what all filters need to be done, or if there is any scope, let's say that there are 50 company codes, you need to give them filters. If for CO postings especially, you don't want all the data from CO to be in the central finance system, so you might give business transactions in the SLT. So that filters and all we will need to provide to SLT consultants if it is required. If not, you can work without filter also. So everything will be coming to SLT, whatever is defined in the, whatever is coming in the staging tables in the source system, kind of intermediary for transferring the data. So central finance is one of the use cases for SLT. It can be used to transfer other data as well, like even for BW systems you can connect via SLT to transfer the data. So there should be, whenever you are checking an SLT system and you are working on central, there should be at least one scenario with the central finance for the systems which we want to connect. So this scenario, central finance, is mandatory. Again, let's go back to the configs. So this particular field, you will find how many or what are the data which are configured to be replicated from SLT. So this does not mean that replication is on. This just means that we will have this table set up for which replication, this object are part of the scope from the SLT side. So AUFK, it will replicate your cost objects. CFIN SEC HD, it will replicate your FI documents. COBK, it will replicate your CO documents. Again, this cost and KECO, these are still like not part of the scope of this training, but this will replicate your cost objects and activity rates. Again, let's if you see this particular objects, you will find one difference, that whenever we are replicating cost objects, whenever we are replicating CO documents, we are using the same tables as what it is in the source system. Only for FI documents we have different structure. Okay, so let me tell what is the reason. So the reason is like pretty basic, that if you go by the simple design of the FI, so for if you see for the cost object, whatever you are using in source system, like for all the cost objects, when you create in source system also, or ECC system or S4HANA system, it will always be stored in AUFK. When you are implementing central finance, which is again on top of S4HANA, so if you create any new cost object, it will go back to AUFK table itself. So that means whatever structure you need in your central finance system, that is already available in the source system. So same fields you can use for cost object in source system to the cost object in central finance system. So we don't need to create a new field or new staging table to store this data, for whether it be cost object for CO document also. COBK and COEP is used to store the data in source system. Same tables will be used to store data in your central finance system as well. But when we talk about FI documents, so in for FI documents, if we check, so here we are using your BKPF, BSEG and other index tables as part of to transfer the data from. It will store the data in source system. It will not have, but when it comes to CFIN or S4 system, we need the data to have it in the format of ACDOCA, or even the basic nature of the what are the information we need to post the document, that changes. So that structure itself of the table which in which we need the data changes between your FI for your source system as well as the central finance system. So that is the primary reason the requirement was to have a separate staging table, so in which we can have all the information all together for a seamless replication, or you can say seamless data integration. So if you ask me whether would it have been possible if we don't create a new staging tables, like currently it's mandatory, but if we don't create, then what will happen? So in that case, if you're using BKPF and BSEC, there would be a lot of customization to integrate the data between your BKPF and BSEC from source system to the ACDOCA format of central finance system or any S4 system. To avoid it, there was a need to have the data in the separate staging tables for FI and CO. So if we check back in source system, if we, so this is the object which will this package will get generated when we activate the FinCF node. So if we again see the tables here, so what are the tables generated? So for our day-to-day activity, we don't need to have access to this table, and probably will not have. But for any package, let's say this is not only for central finance. So whenever you implement any functionality or any new business function is activated, so some or the other package will get included in a CAT. So for central finance, this is the one. And whenever you check any package, you can check like what are the T codes, what are the programs, what are the tables that will get implemented or that are added as part of that package. So if you see again in this transaction, so you'll see only one function was implemented, so one T code. So this is the same T code which we get when we check the CFIN IMG node. So as far as our tables are considered, so these three tables, so these three will be primarily storing our data. So this CFIN SCCHD will store your header data, IT will store the line item, and APP will store if let's say there are any custom fields which you want to include as part of, like which you have activated via like custom development you have done to activate one additional custom field is there in the BSEC, and you want to transfer that as well. So that will not come under your ACCHD or IT. That you need to perform additional technical implementation to include that field into this structure. So that data it will go under this table. But primarily, yes, when we are replicating the standard fields, it will be these two tables only, ACCHD and ACCIT. And again, this table it will store the clearing. So, but we'll come back to this when we check. And this CFIN source set is the one which we have configured. Okay, so coming back to CFIN SECHD. So here you can check whether replication is, it's for replication, it is for initial load. Again, going back to administration data. So here you will find the system details and connectivity. If there are multiple system or multiple connection list unit is there, then you need to find your system which you are using to check these details. So here we'll go to first admin data. So this here you need to check whether what is the source system, whether and that it is correct or not. So let's say that if I am using this ID8 system and here the source system is M4H, so that means it was recently changed. It will connect the data from this system to this system. Then also that means that that system which we are using to check the data is not connected currently in the system. So even if the data will get transferred to LTRC in the CFIN SCHD tables or your staging tables, it will not flow currently because that particular LTRC setup is missing. Again here you can actually configure again whether you want to transfer via RFC or via the database connection. Here in initial load mode, it will basically define how the sequencing is done, whether you want to transfer in the sequence, let's say 10 documents are posted. So whether you want to transfer the data in the same sequence in which it was posted, or you want to transfer the documents with line item first and the bigger documents a bit later to optimize the performance and time. Again, these parts, we just need to know the overview. This will not be configured by us. It will be configured by SLT consultants. Okay, so this will select how many jobs we want for this transfer jobs. The number you select, that will be based on how many jobs you want for real-time replication, out of which how many you want for in this initial load. And these jobs for calculation, again, this is relevant to your initial load mostly. Let's say that if you are having transferring the data in initial load and you will have like millions of data if you consider a productive system before it can be executed. So these jobs for calculation will calculate the estimated time and estimated jobs required. Again, we just need to know, but before that what you need to check is uh, so SM55 if I am not wrong. So in this you need to check which server you are using, application instance. No, SM59 you will check, and then it will be your RFC connection. In SM50 for that particular instance, you will check how many background jobs are there. So in this, you can see this dialog user. So dialog user is nothing but how many. So let's say I'm logged in. So I have occupied one dialog user. So at max 10 users can log in at a time. So again, coming back to this background job, because we will be needing uh, the background jobs, this settings it will utilize. So we need to check how many it's available in that particular instance, and within that we can give that okay how many jobs we want to kind of reserve for by the to be reserved by SLT. Okay, target system, again we can check what is the RFC destination name or RFC name for this particular system, and that will be the target system. So if this will differ if the your SLT system is an standalone system. So if you remember, we already discussed that SLT can be implemented in 3 ways: on source system, on as a separate instance, or as on your S4HANA system or central finance system itself. So if it is a separate system, like here we are using SLT on the CFIN system only. So that's why just we are giving RFC. If it is a separate system, again, we will need to provide the details in the same format, which we have given here. This part, yes, here it will give the, you will have the summarized access. In most of the cases, if SLT is being used on a standalone system, so you will not have access to even SLT system. You just need to provide, and if you have access, you can view. This screen again, it will give the views of what all systems, what all things are configured. In this screen, this is helpful for SLT consultant. So if let's say that you have posted one document and it's not coming into central finance system, but before you have already tested it, okay, everything is going successfully. So this is where when you raise an issue, SLT consultant will check if there is any delay from SLT, or if there is any issue from SLT side where the documents are getting stuck in SLT after being released from central finance system, source system. So in this case, if you see, yesterday I posted some document, so those were inserted into the logging tables or the CFIN CCHD table, but those details have not yet come to central finance or CFIN system. So in this case, that means there is some issue from SLT side, or there is some issue, basically you can say, which is stopping the data to be coming in your central finance system. This we should not touch these objects. We can view. So here this will create logging tables. If you want, like whenever those logging tables, as we discussed, this will be created here. Again, let's see. So from LT or SLT side, what we need to know is this will be the cockpit, or you can say one stop T code for us, where if we want to check anything. And for SLT consultant, they will configure these settings here. So whatever we discussed, so that they will configure here in this LTRS. So LTRC is for cockpit, LTRS is where they will perform the settings. So here, so the option which I was discussing, like what are the filters that you can configure if you want to test something, whether you want to limit basically what data you want in central finance system. So apart from CFIN source set, so in CFIN source set we just can give company code, but if you want additional filters, you will inform SLT consultant and they will perform the settings here in this. Basically what you can say is this SLT or LTRC will give you an additional filtering option. It will act as an intermediary for transferring the data, like pulling the data from source system and then transferring it to central finance system. Here you can define what are the objects that you want to move to central finance system. Those objects of course needs to be within the scope of the central finance solution, which is being provided by SAP. In CFIN source set, you can only give company code what it is in the scope. So after we activate it, it will pull all the data from this particular company code, let's say 1000 or CFS1 we considered. So it will pull all the data. But what might be your requirement is that you don't want all the data. Like if you give any filter, SLT system can configure it and it will be replicated as per that way, whether you want it ledger or document type. But yes, functionally you need to, function means legally, or from the legal reporting side or managerial reporting side, you need to be double sure whether you want to have that filter or not. But yes, you can include any fields which is in your system, like BKPF, BSEG, and then based on that SLT has the capability to filter, but the primary scope will be this. So anything coming from CFS1, you can give an additional filter if you don't want to that in the central finance system. Again, here also these parts will not configure, but basically when they set up this logging functions, so this will create an additional logging table into central in the SLT system, and that will it will be deleted in the real time. Let's say there is one document posted and it has been triggered to SLT. So then SLT will use that as a kind of queuing group so that it will monitor. So that statistics basically it will come in the here what we saw. That from there, based on those logging tables only, it will monitor how many data have been inserted, updated, or deleted. So once the data is inserted means the in source system in staging tables there has been some data which has been posted. When it's passed on successfully to the central finance layer in the AIF, then it will say okay, it has updated the record and the data has been posted. And once it has been deleted from logging table, or it has been deleted due to any other reason, it will get updated here. So mostly if we need to be worried about these two parts, whether the data which has been created, let's say we are posting an EFI document or cost object or anything which is in our scope, whenever you are posting in source, this should be inserted in this SLT is basically this will be the logging tables of your source system. So that should be inserted there. And once that is inserted, our objective is that it should be successfully posted to central finance system. So these two tables are relevant. So if there is some delay or there is some issue from SLT side or RFC connection, so those it can be tracked down from here. So if I have to conclude anything, what does this table mean at a time? Like what does this data mean at a time, to be precise? So what I will conclude is that okay, these records have been successfully updated in the logging tables, but there can be some issue in either SLT or central finance, which is stopping the data to be transferred from the to the central finance system. Again, this can be technical issue, functional issue, it can be anything. It just is that there is some issue and it has not been transferred. Again, to add to that, so just like we have model company codes and other uh, kind of standard setups which are provided by SAP to kind of expedite the implementation process. Similar way here for this objects also SAP gives some predefined objects all for all these objects, and we can use and modify like SLT consultants can use and modify the same thing uh, in order to connect it better, or you can say to connect to the source system. Again, like let's say that if there is any issues, or let's say that if you are stuck somewhere it is not happening, so there is one SAP note which is given as SAP FAQ notes. So that SAP note will give kind of all the answers. That is a very big note, but again that will have answers to mostly like what could be the note missing, because especially for source system there is nothing much config. So if there is anything, let's say for central payment, if you're activating there is and the documents are not flowing as expected in the source, so most probably, or the in 90% of the cases, the reason is either one or the other notes, SAP notes are missing, that needs to be checked and implemented. So in previous PPT I have already covered the basic notes which contains the list of notes and which SAP keeps updating whenever there is any whenever there is any change in those note lists, or if there is any bug fixes or additional functionalities are created. But yes, from time to time we need to keep checking these notes if there is any missing functionalities or missing data. Again, here also in same way as in source system, the first thing that we need to check is whether central finance business function is activated or not, because if that is not activated, uh, technically we can't do anything before it is activated. So again, for this also we have the same way. Either we can check in CFIN IMG whether the CFIN IMG T code is activated or not. And so if it is, see, this is central finance, so here you will find uh, configurations for both source system settings as well as the target system setting, because your S4HANA system can be used as both source system as well as target system. But if you see in your ECC system, when we were only able to see the source system setting, and that too only one part, that particular this table, whether this is there or not. But when it is S4HANA, we will have the multiple options. Again, we can check whether the central this business function either via this way, or you can also check in the uh, T code SFW5, I guess, if I remember. Yes, so here you can. Okay, I think already there is a dumps, but what we need to see is, I think everything is not coming, but what we need to see is whether we can have this FINS underscore CFIN implemented or not under the basic function set. Okay, let me. I think it's searching. Yes, so here you can see whether the central finance is this business function should be there implemented. So here this cloud version is also there, but again this will depend based on which version of central finance we are working on. So since we are working on the on-premise version currently, to check, so we should check whether this business function is there or not. So if this is not there, you will also not say anything in the CFIN IMG. So this particular node itself you will not find. You will see, get an error that this T code does not exist. Again, in this, we don't need to understand anything from this. We just need to just check that whether this is activated or not. Okay, coming back to, so in this part, we will, in the central finance configuration, we will structure our activities into two parts. One is that what are the CFIN specific configuration, and the second is the general settings, like as we configured the company codes in the source system. So ideally, that part will not be in the scope of our project, because already the company codes in source systems are configured and they are working on the processes. So that part we did for our understanding, so that we'll have the scope or we'll know what all we have configured, and so that we can map it accordingly. But in central finance system, since we'll be starting with the new box, so we need to configure the general settings for company code as well. So whatever we discuss based on the mapping or based on the functionalities as well as the FitCap workshops, so we'll identify the to be process which needs to be implemented in central finance, and based on that we'll configure the company code settings in the CFIN system. So central finance will have, if you have to define it into multiple segments, so one will be your general settings, one will be your CFIN related configs, then again it will come your mapping related activities, where you will map what you have what is existing in the source versus what you created in target or CFIN system. Then you will have initial load, error monitoring and replication. So that will be the structure of activities in general that we need to perform as a finance consultant, or which we need to monitor as a finance consultant. Again, since we are using this particular system for our target system or as a central finance system, so under the source system setting we will not be configuring anything. It will be like this is not part of what we'll be using, or not part of our scope. So we'll be using this particular target system settings and then we'll configure. But again, we can configure only few basic settings first, and then once we have the company code setups ready, then accordingly we can perform the additional configuration, such as for mapping or for initial load, etc. Coming to basic settings, again business function we have already checked. Again, this business function you will find some information similar that you should have must, and this is the structure. You will redirect you to the same T code. When we checked already that it's there or this is implemented. And again, you will not be able to activate unless the license is already purchased by your client. Again, coming back to, okay, let me show this separately, or maybe we can come back again. So similar to CFIN AMG, for SAP Note we will have CFIN T code. So under this it's already handled into, segregated into multiple segments how we want. So this T code interface monitor. So whenever we are, so if this error handling is not configured, then this part it will be coming as blank. So you need to configure your own user ID. So if I will remove my user ID from that particular config, so I will not be able to see. So let's say that whenever you are let's say logging into your system, so try executing this T code, so you will not find anything currently here. So like the way I am able to see the statistics, you will not be able to see. So before you can see this, what are the data which are stuck, you need to find out, you need to add your user ID in the FIN CF node. So again, this will be done by technical basis, but we need to again check whether this configuration have been done or not. So first is this one. So this will be nothing but the interface under which you will be replicating your document. So if I go back to your error screen, here also we can see. So when check the documents, we will have multiple options. One is this one. Okay, so this, so under FinCF, what we have assigned here is that for all this FICO posting, I want FinCF and then config ID CF1. So similarly, let's say that if you have configured anything new, if there anything we can check here, this is Ariba, but you can configure your own this namespace or interface as well. Again, so this part if you do, so once you assign this, then only you will be able to see here. So this will be this settings will be general under which interface you want to see the data. Let's say that for this you can have, for controlling you can have a different interface or namespace. For cost objects you can have a different one. So you don't want to see everything in under one interface, then you can configure that here. But the way you configure this for your runtime replication objects, same way it will be visible in your the interface monitor, or whenever you are even handling there to segregate it. So uh, let's say, so this is one way where you can check in the summarized way. So here you will get everything. So same thing you can check in the error wave also. So it will open a webbed info page, or you can directly check it here as well. So here you need to give the interface. So we configured, we have FinCF, which is delivered by default SAP standard. So in this, if you want to check only for accounting document, or you can say that this part of the postings, FI documents plus CO documents, which are created as from the FI documents. So basically FI plus primary cost postings or primary cost element posting. So that you can check under this accounting document one. So if we see, there might not be anything posted. So I'm selecting everything. Yeah, this is not set up, so we might not have data from our system. Yes, so nothing is posted, but once we have the data, once you have the data triggered from SLT system, you will be able to see that here. So in this, we will have multiple filters. So one is that this interface you need to select whatever you are giving. So this AC doc and other things will remain same. Only thing is namespace you can configure new if there should not be any business requirement, because even if you create a new, it will follow the same logic. Uh, but yes, there's an, if the client wants or if there is a requirement, this can be configured. Yeah, and then this will be the data which we are selecting here. So this will be your uh, further added selection which you can show. This will be mostly from the source system. Again, if you are using during live projects when you are working, this differs quite heavily based on which version of S4HANA or which version of CFIN client is using. So this company code and these additional filters, this came into the newer versions. Earlier it was only logical systems and also, but again, based on the filters, you can create new also via custom development or even via any standard. There is some options to enhance it with limited fields, of course, but this will be can be configured the way it is posted. So this will be your selections from source systems to monitor the errors. So whatever documents are posted in each of these interfaces, either accounting, secondary cost posting, or cost objects. So again, we'll have cost objects and this cost object and CO documents. We have the simulation as well. So we'll come to know, I will discuss again like why there are two objects, while for accounting document we just have one. So but again, if there is simulation posting, so that will be part of initial load when we discuss, then we'll discuss more into detail. But again, this everything will be coming under this multiple segment. So if you don't give anything, then it will give everything in the output. Okay, so this part, yes. And also let's say that especially this will be helpful when you are working on the POC. So then there will be a lot of errors and the volume will be quite high, and you want to tackle all the errors one by one. Let's say that you have a particular related to new GL account, new GLs. So then you can give the message class related to new GL. So everything, and if you have again segregate, can segregate by message number as well. So what was, I would say, based on my personal experience, so new GL, I had lot of errors when working on the starting ones or master data related objects. So based on message class, we can group the errors so that at particular point we can tackle one particular group. Or again, it will be helpful when, let's say, on real time project, when you're working, there will be few resources which will be having an expertise in particular area while others will be having so in different area. So it will be helpful in splitting by that as well, so that one, rather than getting all the errors in one go, because during starting phases you will have like millions of error or maybe at least thousands of error. So if you open it every time, it will take a lot of time to open, then load, and then one by one. So rather than that, we can filter by the message class or the error group, and then you can work on resolving those errors. In this, we can use to create the filter again based on what time the document was posted. This is message GUID is nothing but, I think we already discussed, nothing but the unique identifier for any particular document and timestamp. Let's say that you have posted one document in the source system, it will get stored in the CFIN, SEC, HD, and IT table. So for that, similar to what we use in the company code document number as fiscal year as the one unique identifier. So for central finance, this GUID will be your unique identifier for a particular document on a particular day or timestamp. Because yeah, once for one single document we can trigger multiple times also. So first time it will get triggered automatically, but for if needed we can re-trigger it second time also. So in that time, or as many times as we need for that matter. So during, for each trigger it will create a new GUID. So basically GUID is nothing but one unique identifier per trigger or per database trigger, because yes, as we discussed, SLT is kind of our replicates based on the database trigger. It's not the batch job or not the batch simulation where it will pick the data and on a particular time interval and then it will load the data. Rather, it works on the database trigger. Whenever there is a change in database, it creates a change or the replication entry, which is nothing, which can be identified using a message GUID or GUID, which we commonly say. So these two are self-explanatory. So processed successfully, that means it was posted without error. Processed with warning means it encountered some or the other errors, but those were configured as warning messages in uh, either you can say yes in the message class settings, or based on whatever configuration is there, those were classified with the warning message. So so those were processed with warnings. This application errors and technical errors you will have in the error format. Let's say that if there is any technical error or system related errors from the technical side, those will come under technical errors. If there is any functionality related error, let's say master data missing or configuration inconsistency, those will come under application errors. So these four we discussed. Now coming to in process and cancelled messages. So cancelled message, let's say that there is one GUID which is triggered to source system. So let me check if there is something. Let's remove everything, then maybe I can show you one by cancelling as well. In FinCF there is nothing accounting document, so I'm trying to check if there is anything on others. Last 2 weeks, I guess we have some data. So if you see this particular document, so here I think yes, so since it's open, I will explain these tabs as well. So for any particular document, so whenever be it of any interface, so you will find multiple options. So this will be a kind of the standard interface which you will see for any error. So whenever any trigger is happening or whenever in database trigger is happening, it will create a unique GUID, and that in turn will create an error or posting. So there can be multiple statuses. So in this particular case, it's in error, it can be in process. And in this, so in accounting document also you will have header data, item data. So this naming will change, but the structure will somewhat remain same and self-explanatory. So in accounting document you will have header data, item data, tax information, and clearing information. So again, so basically this is the data which is coming from source system, and it will include the data which is created as per mapping as well. So let's say if you have the company code here and you are posted to map to a different company code, so those company codes and other information which you can see here in this table. So for each of the segments, you will have you can know beforehand only what data. If it is in error, you can check what is the data that has come into the for postings to central finance. So it's kind of, if it is in error, you can review the mappings also, whether everything has been picking as per mapping or not. Okay, so in this, as you can see here, because we have not mapped anything for as still yet, so it is going into company code mapping error. So once you map company code, there will be multiple mappings which is based on the company code. So then you can get those errors. So this does not mean that you only have this error in the for the particular document. It can be that once you fix this, you will get other errors as well, which are dependent on this. So again, in the layout, you can check other fields as well. So here you can see your message class and number as well. If you think it's not yet configured, but yes, so here you can see the message class and number, what is the mapping. So if you see this message class, so if you want to segregate based on the error category, so let's say that there is a different team for map which is looking into mapping errors, multiple teams which is looking into your accounting document error, or even some standard errors also you will get related to like whatever you get in the normally CC systems. So if there is an inconsistency related to those, so those errors will also get. So you can again categorize based on the message class and error in the selection screen itself. Again, we'll come back to AIF once we have configured everything, because with AIF, lot of functionalities and possibilities are there, and it's kind of life severe for us as a functional consultant during the implementation. So again, let's say that we know this particular mapping is a frequent error, and so ideally we will need to go to mapping T code and then maintain. So under the functions tab, you can configure directly that okay, if there is a particular error, go to this particular tab and then pre-fill the data. So I will just give a so if you click on test function, so here you can FINS underscore CFIN.
CFIN
Yes,
underscore
yes,
map
yes,
underscore
yes,
manage.
yes.
Yeah.
So here based on what I think I clicked on yes. So here if you click on ideally, because in this we can't have the parameter, but let's say that if you want to open something, so you can also define the parameters which needs to be filled when you are using the open. So let's say that when we are testing this function, we want that this is currently coming as blank. So, but if you want, we can have those parameters defined as well. What are the things which we can configure? Also, what we can do is, let's say that when you are working on the implementation phase and you want to hand over it, so we'll prepare the documentation or give the documentation, but for most of the time either we don't see those documentations or we don't have access to the documentation when it goes to support team, or it's XYZ reasons can be for that, or it is not updated. There can be XYZ reason. So what you can do is, under this hint section, you can directly maintain, if you want to have maintain any instruction, like if this error comes, what needs to be done. So this will again not perform any activity, but when you are working on a project during the implementation, you can make life easier for other support consultants by giving an instruction of how you resolve this error. Or for your own reminder also, you can keep this, that if this error comes, follow these steps or analyze in this way. Like, yeah, it is a text format, so you can maintain anything which you feel that it can be helpful to you, or uh, other resources going forward whenever this error comes. Again, so then we were discussing about the other two status, which is cancelled and the in process one. So in process is nothing but, let's say when you post a document, let's say posted with a clearing document with 1 lakh line items. So it will take some time for SLT to fetch the data. Once SLT gets the data, it will transfer to central finance, and once it comes to central finance, it will create a background job which will post that particular document. So it might take some times, based on the system availability resource, even hours to post a document. So during that phase, how will you know whether a document which you have posted is in what state? So if it is in process stage, you will see just like kind of an error. I think in this you can see those icons as well. So it will be an error like this. So if this is the error, you can know that okay, the document is still not yet uh, completed with the processing. So once the processing is complete, you can have either error or technical errors, or even you can say that it was posted with warning or not. So once it starts within process, then it goes into any one of the status based on the configuration. Again, in process, you will have multiple subcategories as well. So it can be not processed due to multiple reasons. Let's say you have posted an open item and clearing also, and your open item, when you posted, it goes into, let's say, this error, so that company code is not mapped. So when you post a clearing document, it will first look for whether that open item is posted or not. If the open item is not posted, it will not be able to even process, because the it will not be able to complete the job, because for any clearing document, the open items are kind of prerequisites. Until the open item is posted, uh, you can't, like, the system will not be able to even start working on posting to those documents. So that will remain as until in the in process status, until we have the open item document posted. Again, for in process also, it can be multiple reasons. I just give an example of open item. The simple example other could be the job was not successful. There is one dependent quid. So there are at least 5 to 6 reasons, major reasons, which can uh, stop the documents from in processing further, or to remain in process. Mm, Again, the last is status, which is the cancelled status. So cancel, let's say that due to some, so when we were discussing the buffered state, like in the SLT side, how many records are inserted or not. So in that, there are two again. I will be going a bit technical. So there will be one synchronous replication, asynchronous replication. So with that, what SLT can check is, it will constantly check the AIF status, whether a document is posted or not. And if it's finds that is not posted, or if it doesn't find a job of the posting, sometimes it re-triggers that particular document automatically. So if it re-triggers, you will have the two documents, two GUIDs, not two documents, rather two GUIDs in the AIF monitor for the same document. And then let's say later it comes into the error and you fix this and it gets posted. So the second GUID which you generated, it will go into the error that this document is already posted or this is a duplicate GUID. So under those cases, or let's say that you posted that document was not, you are not able to fix that particular document, and you asked business to do a manual entry to fix those differences. So under those business cases, there will be situations where you don't need that particular document in the central finance anymore. So for you, then there are two options. So either you keep the that document in the error stage only, or you remove that document from this monitor. So if you keep that into error state permanently, then the risk is that whenever you open this AIF, you will have a document into error, and then you need to manually like think back, okay, I remember that, okay, this is a document which I don't want and this should remain in error. So we don't want that situation to happen, because again it will increase our time and it will not add any value yet. So for that, what we can do is we can cancel the document. So if you cancel the document, so let me try to cancel this one with technical error. So if you click on this cancellation, so this will cancel. So now you can't reprocess this document, or this document cannot come automatically now. So if you need this document, either by some way you need to trigger those document, or you have to ask SLT to re-import this document. But from functional side, you cannot have this particular GUID, or I would say personal GUID, not the replication, because there are few other ways also to import it. But for this particular GUID, you will not be able to reprocess or get this document into central finance system. So for any such like status which document, to know what are the documents if someone has cancelled it from the central finance system, let's say business complaints after some times that, okay, this is the document which you posted in the source system, why it has not come into central finance, and you don't find into error, you don't find it in the posting status. So for that, you can check who or when, whether it was cancelled or not. Again, this log table you can use to find out what log was changed, like what were the sequence of activities on this particular GUID. So if I go back to log, I will click. So here if we see, you can have, because it was only one, that when it came to the central finance, already it came into error, and then we cancelled it. So here we'll see, but in real there can be multiple situations. That one is that if we discuss about this, so currently it is in the company code error. Let's say you map the company code, so then let's say it goes into I guess since we have not mapped anything, probably it will go into GL account mapping error. Similarly, once you map the GL account, it can go to other errors as well, or at later point, at last it will get posted. So in that cases, by user ID you can find the logs here, that who did what activities. So here if I see, so here the first error when the document came on 6/9, it was with the error that logical system is not could not be determined. But then this particular user EST admin made some changes, and then you can see that this error, that error went and this new error came. So once you fix this, probably you will get a new error, then you will get one new message class here. If it gets posted, then also you will have one with the uh, green icon, whether okay, by this user this document was posted, and what it will not show the activity, but it will say the log by when the by how the document was posted. Is it any doubts till now? Okay, then coming back to from AF side, we have one more thing, this emergency correction. So I will take the application process. This again technical node, we don't need it, it will just give the technical information. So I will just show it once. Coming back to this emergency correction. So this emergency correction, you should use it, as the name suggests, only on the rare cases which when you are not able to fix the documents directly via config or manual, or you need something to be posted urgently and you don't have time to configure the mapping, or if there's any configuration inconsistency. So what it will do is, so let's say I should have given the maximum number. So whenever you want to make any changes in the runtime into the AIF. I think, okay, for one document which we saw, this error was fixed. So let me try to reprocess. So when we do reprocessing with this icon, so it will try to again repost the documents. So whenever you are trying to fix any mapping or configuration, which you are not doing as part in the emergency correction, you can always try to reprocess. Like we should always reprocess, and then only the system will know whether the document has been posted or not. Means if it can be posted or not. So when I reprocess it, the system tried to repost that document, and then it went into this particular error. So yes, so that is one activity that we need to keep in mind, that after fixing anything, any mapping or configuration or any error, we should reprocess the GUID. Then only we'll know whether our fix has worked or not. So let's say that this is into this error, and we don't have the mapping ready, or let's say we don't have access to map the particular company code or the mapping objects. But we know, okay, this company code 1000 is not mapped, but it should be mapped to let's say 5000. So in this, you can directly change the values here. So let's say I will give to, let's say 001. It will go into error again because it will not be consistent. We need to know where all we need to change. But what is important here to know is that we can change the values in the runtime via emergency correction. So let's say this, and whenever you are doing any emergency correction, okay, I've changed controlling area rather than company code, but okay. So whenever we are doing emergency correction, we should not do the reprocess, because if you reprocess whatever changes we have done, let's say I have updated controlling area from 1000 to 0001, so that will get overwritten, and again it will be changed back to 1000. So whenever we are doing any update in this line item information, we should always go ahead with the repost with user changes. So this repost with user changes will first ask whether you want to save the data. Again, for saving, you have two options. So either, let's say that I have clicked on here and I click on save here. So it will automatically first save whatever changes you have done. So now it will update the controlling area from 1000 to 0001. And then if you click on repost with user changes, it will just reprocess the document with whatever changes you have made it. So again, if we see the logs, it will come with one current change today. Okay, I try to do something. So here, if you see, it went into first the logical system error. First time when I reprocessed, this error was resolved and this error came. Again, I reprocessed this time, so no change. So that means it's just saying that the alert was already there and it came back again with the same error. So it will give the reprocessing log with the error each time whenever you reprocess. Let's say that I change it to again one more thing, that if you restart, let's say that I have posted, so it will keep this data as 0001 only, which I updated from 1000 to 0001. But if I restart, click on restart rather than repost with user changes, anytime after I have done this repost user changes, it will again redirect back to 1000. So that helps. Let's say that you have one error, you try to resolve it by changing some field which you thought might work, but it didn't work. So you want to get it back to the original state in which the data came from the SLT, or the data in which it was posted. So to revert back all the changes, because you might not remember what all changes you did, like because I updated here just controlling area, maybe that I can update 5 or 6 fields, and after one day I might not remember what all fields I changed. So whenever any reprocessing happens, like normal reprocessing, not repost with your changes, it will go back to what are the changes which were originally came from SLT or source system based on the staging tables. So if I reprocess it again, it will change back to whatever it was earlier. It came back to 1000. So both helps, again based on the business need, we need to use it. In on this part, Again, yes, this custom hint, message text, etc. we discussed already. This part you can use these sections for any kind of document, be it project, be it WBS cost object or accounting or CO document. You can use it to verify the data.
Hey guys, just a quick info. ZaranTech offers training for SAP S4HANA Central Finance. This course instructs professionals on how to optimize financial processes, streamline accounting and reporting, improve data quality, and support budgeting and forecasting. Thousands have already used this program to advance their SAP careers, like those who have shared their success stories on ZaranTech's YouTube channel. Their testimonials demonstrate how this course can boost SAP skills. In just a few weeks, you can gain the knowledge needed to leverage SAP S4HANA Central Finance. This can open doors to new jobs opportunity or help you excel in your current role. The ZaranTech SAP Central Finance training distills a complex topic into a clear insights and actionable skills. Visit the link below to learn more about ZaranTech's SAP S4HANA Central Finance course. Getting started now